The Essential Kierkegaard, Soren Kierkegaard. The Essential Kierkegaard, Princeton, 2000, gathers Hong and Hong selections across the authorship, early journals, and dissertation irony. The pseudonymous line from either slash or through postscript, signed up building discourses. The second authorship, works of love, anticlimacus, the moment, and the retrospective point of view. Forensic summary of Kierkegaard's texts, editorial headnotes treated as frame only. In the relevant first-person register, aesthete, judge, Johannes de Silentio, climacus, anticlimacus, or the signed-up building voice addressing that single individual. Hong introduction and back apparatus set aside. Abstract. The Essential Kierkegaard, Princeton, 2000, edited by Howard V. and Edna H. Hong, gathers selections across the authorship, early journals, and the concept of irony. The pseudonymous line from either slash or through concluding unscientific postscript, signed up building discourses. The second authorship, works of love, anticlimacus, the moment, and the retrospective point of view. This forensic summary follows Kierkegaard's texts, editorial headnotes, as frame only. In the relevant first-person register, aesthete, Judge William, Johannes de Silentio, climacus, anticlimacus, or the signed voice addressing that single individual. Hong introduction and back apparatus set aside. Executive summary. The central thesis. Existence is not a system for an existing spirit. The authorship makes difficulties everywhere, pseudonymous dialogue and signed-up building, so that the single individual may choose aesthetic distance or ethical becoming, infinite resignation or faith by virtue of the absurd, Socratic recollection or the moment's fullness of time, religiousness A or the paradox of religiousness B, preferential love or the neighbor commanded, despair's misrelation or the self before God, admirer or imitator, Christendom's counterfeit or New Testament, honesty, without authority, make aware of the religious, the essentially Christian, foundational observations, lived forward/understood backward, the early journal's lasting tip. Philosophy is right that life is understood backward, but existence must be lived forward. Temporality never grants the repose for a perfect backward stance. The tip rules out treating existence as a finished system available to the spectator. Life view versus maxims. From the papers already demands a life view as transubstantiation of experience. Unshakable certainty won from empiry, against Anderson's hieroglyph propositions and finite personality residue. Authorship proper will require the opposite of always himself in the finite sense. Irony as laboratory. Socratic infinite absolute negativity clears substantial actuality for subjectivity. Xenophon, Plato, and Aristophanes triangulate. Death is irony over the state. Not authorship proper, yet the seedbed for aesthetic, ethical, and religious categories the pseudonyms will stage. Either slash or A's papers exhibit distance, the interesting boredom, crop rotation, Don Giovanni, and poetic living until nausea. Judge William's letters demand that aesthetic choice is no choice. Choose yourself in eternal validity. The ultimatum tips religious wrongness before God without yet becoming Climacus's paradox. Faith versus going further. Johannes de Silentio can resign infinitely, but cannot make Abraham's next movement. Teleological suspension places the single individual higher than the universal by virtue of the absurd. Stop with faith. Our generation turns wine into water. Repetition, modern category that wrecks metaphysics. Constantine and the young man become parodies. Berlin lodging, accidental poetic recovery. True repetition tips toward eternity and faith. Vigilius will pick up what Constantine cannot make. Fragments/postscript. Either the learner has the condition, Socrates, or receives it in the fullness of time, the God. Climacus's issue is not arranging Christianity's truths in paragraphs, but how I, infinitely interested, become a Christian. Leap over Lessing's ditch. No system of existence for an existing spirit. Subjectivity is truth. Religiousness, A versus B. Anxiety/despair. Vigilius, dizziness of freedom, sympathetic antipathy, psychology's border before dogmatics. Anticlimacus, despair as present tense misrelation of the self relating to itself before God, not a sickness caught once in the past. Neighbor love, works of love commands cajurlied against preferential elscoff and friendship. You shall love the neighbor, even the enemy. Poets celebrate what is secretly self-love. Signed upbuilding / that single individual. Discourses without authority to preach seek appropriation in inwardness. Purity of heart is to will one thing. Need of God is highest perfection. Mirror of the word for self-examination, not scholarly delay. Second authorship / moment. Imitation and suffering for the doctrine abolished in established Christendom. Detective honesty against the counterfeit that calls itself New Testament Christianity. Crowd versus single individual. Without authority as category of the whole. God's eternal changelessness as quiet more terrible than prompt punishment. Double communication. Pseudonyms refuse comfort and genetic fallacy. Signed line parallels and sharpens. Point of view folds the many books as one upbringing under governance. Maieutic from the aesthetic beginning toward the essentially Christian. Significance and recommendation. Read this anthology or this map when you want the authorship's arc without waiting for every Hong volume. From Rubicon and irony through either / or in postscript to Anticlimacus and the moment. Bring patience for pseudonyms and for appropriation. Do not expect a system, a soft Christendom, or quietive from crop rotation. That single individual is the only reader these pages can have. Early journal entries. I stand like Hercules, not at a crossroads, but at a multitude of roads, and therefore it is all the harder to choose the right one. Perhaps it is my misfortune that I am interested in far too many things rather than definitely in any one thing. My interests are not subordinated to one, but are all coordinate. The natural sciences inspire me. Arsted, whose face is a chord nature, sounded rightly. Shao naming the animals, Hornman a patriarch among plants. Yet the 40 years in the desert before the promised land of the sciences seemed too costly. By virtue of reason and freedom, life has always interested me most. I desire to clarify and solve the riddle of life. Nature may also be observed from another side. The whole world in a single flower, migratory birds reminding me of the heart's deeper yearnings. Theology seems most clearly chosen. Yet contradictions in Christianity prevent an unobstructed view. I grew up in orthodoxy. The gigantic colossus began to totter when I thought for myself. Rationalism cuts a poor figure, a Noah's Ark where clean and unclean lie side by side. Unless reason pursues its end and sees humankind in its deepest relation to God, then it is no longer rationalism, but something colored by Christianity. I have withdrawn from companions' one-sided opinions. I shall calmly look at myself and begin interaction. Only thus, like a child calling itself, I in its first consciously undertaken act, can I call myself, I in a profounder sense. That takes stamina. Just as one does not begin a feast at sunrise, but at sundown. So in the spiritual world, one must work forward before the sun rises in glory. For though God lets his sun shine on good and evil, it is not so in the spiritual world. So let the die be cast. I am crossing the Rubicon. This road takes me in a battle, but I will not renounce it. Wine must ferment before it becomes clear. The Faustian element belongs to intellectual development. Faust as doubt personified, who cannot convert without denying his character as one who doubts. Goethe and Merimee sin against the concept when they permit conversion. Those who follow one decided inclination have an implicit categorical imperative. Those molded by surroundings have an explicit one. I do not wish to belong to the latter. Hegelian dialectics lived is disagreeable in its stages, agreeable in its totality if it yields relative results. I will not lament the past stuck in a bog calculating how far I have sunk while sinking still deeper. I will hurry along the path and shout, "Do not look back as Lot's wife did. Remember we are struggling up a hill." Philosophy is perfectly right. Life must be understood backward. But one forgets the other clause, It must be lived forward. Never in temporality does one get perfect repose to take a stance backward. That is the journal's lasting tip for existence. Understanding and living do not coincide in time. The collectors of details in the sciences are like the rich farmer in the gospel. Great stores in the barn, and science may declare, "Tomorrow I demand your life." Speculators who seek an Archimedean point that does not exist in the world and from it see the totality. They have tranquility rare elsewhere. I remain inspired by nature, yet refuse the desert years. Theology's colossus and rationalism's arc leave me between seedlings and rock fissures and doubt of the main basis. Companions halt at disharmony. I withdraw to initiate interaction. 3 years silence like the philosopher's disciples. Then perhaps the sun. Crossing the Rubicon is not a metaphor for career choice alone. It is the vow that existence will not be lived as coordinate curiosity forever. Multitude of roads. Coordinate interests. Life over collecting science. Theology tottering between Colossus and Ark. Interaction/Rubicon. Calling oneself I profoundly. Faustus doubt. Lived forward, understood backward. Quote, philosophy is perfectly right in saying that life must be understood backward. But then one forgets the other clause, that it must be lived forward. The more one thinks through this clause, the more one concludes that life in temporality never becomes properly understandable, simply because never at any time does one get perfect repose to take a stance backward. Quote, so let the die be cast. I am crossing the Rubicon. No doubt this road takes me in a battle, but I will not renounce it. From the papers of one still living. When we say Anderson totally lacks a life view, the statement verifies itself in his novels as much as the novels verify the statement. A life view is more than a quintessence of propositions in abstract neutrality, more than fragmentary experience. It is the transubstantiation of experience, an unshakable certainty in oneself won from all empiry, whether oriented only in worldly relationships, stoicism, or finding in a heavenward direction the center for heavenly and earthly existence. The Christian conviction that neither death nor life, nor angels nor powers can separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus. Anderson offers hieroglyph propositions for pious veneration, or individual phenomena elevated to maxims still in their bachelor state from which no further conclusions can be drawn. Youth is no excuse. For a novelist of his class, a life view is conditio sine qua non. There must come a moment when, as Dobb observes, life is understood backward through the idea, without needing to have understood all particulars, yet having the key. Without that, one sets oneself a life task periodically, already solved behind one's back like a hump one never sees or never solvable at all. The poet must first win a competent personality, dead and transfigured, that alone can produce, not the many-angled, worldly, palpable self that joins the conversation like a badly brought-up child. Genius does not spring from petticoat influence and patron's oysters. Doctrinaire novels and purely accidental personality alike stand in a finite wrong relation to personality. I do not ask the novel for rigorous speculations abstraction. I ask that the author have one himself. Conversation already says, Anderson is always himself, meaning the finite residue, not the transfigured personality. From the papers is experimental review, not yet authorship proper, yet it already tips what the later works will insist, authentic individual existence against genius as passive object molded by circumstance. Anderson's borrowed maximes and long-winded observations set life tasks already solved behind the back or never solvable. Individuals who go their allotted way like heavenly bodies with undeviating precision, yet never come into the right backward position for viewing life. The novel that abstracts from personality in a prosaic sense is as wrong as the novel that lets the author's finite character join conversation like an impudent third person, when the dead and transfigured personality first, only then produce. Genius, springing in full armor, needs no petticoat warmth. That tip already separates authorship from review, and separates a life view from hieroglyphs stuck in the text for pious veneration. Anderson remains himself in the finite sense. The authorship will require the opposite, dying to the finite personality so that the idea can speak. From the Papers is the first public tip of that demand. Life understood backward through the idea, Dobbs' moment, is the key Anderson lacks. Life view, transubstantiation of experience, certainty one, not maxims stuck as hieroglyphs. Against Anderson, novelist needs life view. Finite personality residue spoils the poetic production. Quote, "For a life view is more than a quintessence or a sum of propositions maintained in its abstract neutrality. It is more than experience, which as such is always fragmentary. It is, namely, the transubstantiation of experience, is an unshakable certainty in oneself one from all experience." The concept of irony. If Plato's view of Socrates were expressed in few words, he provides him with the idea. Where the empirical ends, Socrates begins, yet the idea does not open to him, but is a boundary. Xenophon pulls Socrates into the useful. Plato elevates him into the idea. The invisible point between, so difficult to grasp, is irony. Irony oscillates between the ideal I and the empirical I. One would make Socrates a philosopher, the other a sophist. What makes him more than sophist is that his empirical I has universal validity. Aristophanes' comic ideality is the necessary contrast to Plato's tragic ideality. Parody as assurance of process has outlived its day. The comic as perpetually corrective element. We lack direct, reliable evidence. We have nuances of misunderstanding. Our best asset with a personality such as Socrates. I collect Xenophon, Plato, Aristophanes not as museum labels, but as the triangulation without which Socrates vanishes into either useful citizen or pure idea. The ironist touches the ground continually, yet has not emigrated to ideality. He is always on the point of departure. That floating passage across actuality is the point between sophist and philosopher, and the seed of the aesthetic ironist who will later fill A's papers. Socrates' position as infinite absolute negativity. The whole substantial life of Greek culture had lost validity for him. Not this or that particular, but the given actuality in its totality. He let the established order appear to remain established, and thereby brought about its downfall. He became lighter, more negatively free. History judged him world historically justified. He became a sacrifice. Yet his death is not basically tragic. The Greek state comes too late. Death has no reality for Socrates. By ignorance, he frustrated meaningful connection with the thought of death. It is an irony over the state that condemns him and believes it has inflicted punishment. For the tragic hero, death has validity as final battle and final suffering. The age he wanted to destroy can satisfy its fury that way. The Greek state could find no such satisfaction in Socrates. By ignorance, he frustrated any more meaningful connection with the thought of death, and so the sentence becomes comedy against the condemning power. Socrates knew his ignorance, earnest and not earnest on that prong. Hegel fails to reclaim positive content. Ignorance kept him ironically afloat. Irony never advances a thesis securely. It posits nothing and cannot be earnest about nothing without speculation or despair. The ironist does neither, plays lightly with nothing, rises to the surface. Earnestness about nothing is not earnestness about something. It continually conceives of nothing in contrast to something, and in order to free itself of earnestness about anything, it grasps the nothing. Yet does not become earnestness about nothing either, except insofar as it is not earnestness about anything. When irony declares sovereignty, it posits something positive and ends. While it posits nothing, it remains negatively free. World historically justified irony emancipates subjectivity in the service of the idea. John the Baptizer destroyed Judaism by requiring what Judaism wanted to give, justice, which it could not give, irony of the world in objective shape. Contemplation of Socrates seeds themes later developed. Immediacy and reflection, aesthetic and ethical and religious, subjectivity. I was a Hegelian fool to treat Socrates' view of state and individual as defect. It demonstrates what a great ethicist he was. The ethicist appears precisely where the individual will not be dissolved into the substantial. After Fichte, irony is mentioned, suggested, presupposed, yet clear exposition is sought in vain. Salger laments Schlegel. Hegel laments Salger and Tieck. The concept has a strange history. More correctly, no history. Contemplative Part 2 turns from Socrates' world historical irony toward modern irony subject who enjoys negative freedom and judges actuality from the idea service, even when unconscious of that service. The ironic subject rescues himself from the relativity in which given actuality wants to keep him. Contemplation of irony as mastered irony differs from irony as infinite absolute negativity, still world historically justified. Socrates demanded subjectivity's actuality. The modern ironist may dissolve into arbitrary play. Schlegel and Salger earnestly say finitude is vanity. Hegel still calls it irony. Mastered irony differs from world historical negativity, still serving the idea. Modern irony risks arbitrary helter-skelter. Socratic irony demanded subjectivity. Romantic irony after Fichte is mentioned everywhere and explained nowhere. Salger and Tieck and Schlegel leave the concept without history. The dissertation holds that distinction for the authorship to come. Hegel's examination of Socratic irony ends by identifying it with Platonic irony and treating both as a conversational manner that makes abstract conceptions concrete. That confuses everything. The description loses historical weight and becomes so modern it hardly reminds us of Socrates. Socrates' undertaking was not to make the abstract concrete, but to let the abstract become visible through the immediately concrete. Movement from the concrete to the abstract continually arriving at this. When Hegel notes that Socrates uses the same irony to teach and to bring the sophists into disrepute, the double nature already found in Plato returns as a difficulty. In the one instance he wants to teach, in the other merely to disgrace. The celebrated Socratic irony has the subjective form of dialectic, a way of dealing person to person. But its truth is not Hegel's modern explication of Vernunft and Glob. Schlegel's and Salger's consciousness that finitude is a nothing is as earnestly intended as Socrates' ignorance. Yet the ironist who neither becomes speculatively earnest nor despairs personally is taking nothing lightly, rising to the surface, infinitely light, playing with nothing that is not terrified by it. The dissertation is not authorship proper, it is the laboratory of irony before the pseudonyms begin their either/or. Latin defense, Danish text. Irony already in the form. I play toss in a blanket with official opponents. Not yet faith, not yet the ethical choice of either/or, is the clearing in which subjectivity learns it can say no to the given whole. Themes wait to be staged. Immediacy, reflection, aesthetic, ethical, religious, anthropological contemplation. Socrates lighter and lighter, negatively free, until the state arrives too late with death. History's judgment and the belated sentence complete the irony that cleared the ground. Infinite absolute negativity demanding subjectivity's actuality. Mastered irony and romantic play as later dangers. That laboratory closes when the pseudonyms open, and what they inherit is precisely this negative freedom trained to serve the idea rather than to dissolve into arbitrary play. The authorship can begin only after irony has cleared the ground for subjectivity's actuality. Socratic irony, infinite absolute negativity, between Xenophon and Plato, death as irony over the state. Subjectivity's negative freedom, world historically justified emancipation in service of the idea. Quote, irony oscillates between the ideal I and the empirical I. The one would make Socrates a philosopher, the other a sophist. But what makes him more than a sophist is that his empirical I has universal validity. Quote, Socrates' position was as infinite absolute negativity, irony. It was not actuality in general that he negated. It was the given actuality at a particular time, and what his irony was demanding was the actuality of subjectivity, of ideality. Either slash or part 1. Victor Eremita edits A's papers from the secret desk compartment. Diapsalmata, the musical erotic silhouettes of reflective sorrow, the unhappiest one, crop rotation, the seducer's diary. The anonymous manuscripts belong to a witty, ironical, disillusioned young aesthete who had seen through everything in life and found it wanting. Therefore, the best approach is to play shuttlecock with life by maintaining aesthetic distance from relationships and circumstances and arbitrarily controlling experience on the basis of the interesting. Always to have the laughter on one side and continually to change the eye with which one sees actuality. Part 1 does not refute that stance and propositions. It exhibits a life view until the reader tastes the either and waits for the or. Diapsalmata was a poet, an unhappy person who conceals profound anguish in his heart, but whose lips are so formed that sighs and cries sound like beautiful music, like the wretches in Phalaris's bronze bull, whose screams reach the tyrant as sweet music. People crowd and say, "Sing again soon. May new sufferings torture you, for your screams would alarm us, but the music is charming." Reviewers resemble the poet, except they lack the anguish and the music. I would rather be a swineherd on amateur understood by swine than a poet misunderstood by people. How unreasonable. They have freedom of thought and demand freedom of speech. Summa summarum, I don't feel like doing anything. My life is utterly meaningless, like the word schnurr in the dictionary. First a string, second a daughter-in-law. All that is lacking is camel and whisk broom. How dreadful boredom is, how dreadfully boring. Like is recognized only by like. I am bound by a chain formed of gloomy fancies, alarming dreams, troubled thoughts, fearful presentiments, inexplicable anxieties, very flexible, soft as silk, yields to the most powerful strain, and cannot be torn apart. I laughed when enthusiasm was to give a speech, courage to risk being fined $10, cordiality to say may it do you good after a meal, piety to go to communion once a year. The Fenris chain of anxieties binds me while the crowd asks for music. That is Diapsalmata's tip. Anguish formed in a charm. Meaninglessness catalogued as dictionary entries. Boredom is the mood that makes every earnest word comic. The fragment speaking to itself before the other modes of the same life view appear. Tested advice for authors appears beside freedom of thought and used. Typographical errors become courage. Grandeur, savoir renommé. All is only wind, only smoke. To say it better, all is nothing. The poet's crowd and the reviewer's rules of aesthetics stand on the same side of the Fowler's bull. They want music without the scream. I would rather be understood by swine than misread as charming. Summa summarum still stands. I don't feel like writing, walking, lying down. I don't feel like doing anything. That refusal is not laziness as civic vice. It is the aesthetic life's confession that nothing has claim enough to be chosen. The immediate erotic stages. The musical erotic. Language reduces the sensuous to mere instrument and continually negates it. Sculpture and painting keep the sensuous as component. Music is a language in a certain way. What is heard disengages from the sensuous, yet does not rank as high as language. Not until spirit is posited is language installed in its rights. When spirit is posited, everything that is not spirit is excluded. Yet that exclusion is itself a qualification of spirit, and what is excluded, if it is to affirm itself, requires a medium qualified in relation to spirit. Music. Language, regarded as medium, is the medium absolutely qualified by spirit, and therefore the authentic medium of the idea. Music is legitimately called a language only because it is qualified in relation to spirit, while remaining the medium of the sensuous that language has excluded. Language is bounded by music on all sides. Interjections and child's babbling musical when prose descends from concept. Music expresses the immediate in its immediacy, Reflection is fatal to the immediate. Language's apparent poverty is its wealth. Sublimated music without words thinks itself superior and is inferior. Don Giovanni is desire as immediate genius, the musical expression of immediacy. Desire is spirit-qualified medium, where language would negate the sensuous and music disengages what is to be heard from the sensuous. Spirit-qualified immediacy outside spirit. That is desire's theme, and Mozart's overture is its genius. The immediate qualified by spirit can fall within spirit's realm or outside it. When it falls within, music can express it, but is in alien territory, a prelude continually annulled, because that immediacy is essential to become spirit and be said in language. When it is outside the realm of spirit, music has its absolute theme, sensuous immediacy, excluded by spirit, expressible only in music, not in language. That is linked to Christianity. Music in the ancient world did not become properly developed, but is linked to the Christian world as the medium for immediacy qualified by spirit, yet outside spirit's realm. Don Giovanni is that theme as genius. The diary will be Reflection's second enjoyment of what Don Giovanni never needs to recollect. The immediate erotic stages climb toward Don Giovanni as the musical expression of desire that cannot be said. Language begins where music ends if one progresses. If everything becomes musical, one retrogresses. I have no sympathy for sublimated music that thinks it needs no words. I stand at the border of my kingdom, gazing into that unknown country of music, comforted by the paradox that also in presentiment and ignorance one can have a kind of experience. Diana, who had not given birth, came to the aid of women in labor. I play by ear what I cannot explain, phrase taken from music for the vague. The seducer will later enjoy Reflection's process. Don Giovanni never reflects, and between them the aesthetic life view shows its two faces of immediacy and of reflective enjoyment. Silhouettes. The underside of the aesthetic is desperation disguised as mastery. Silhouettes. Marie Beaumarchais, Donna Elvira, Margaret. Reflective sorrow under aesthetic guilt that cannot become ethical repentance. Unhappy love that remains within the interesting shadow rather than turning to repentance's claim. The unhappiest one who cannot die. Personal absence of hoping individualities and of recollecting individualities underlies that pessimism. Tragic in ancient and modern drama. Isolation, responsibility, aesthetic versus ethical guilt, sorrow versus repentance. Ancient tragic guilt still has a foothold in the substantial. Modern isolation makes the individual responsible without yet choosing ethically. Seeing through everything finds it wanting. Distance becomes inability to choose. Between Don Giovanni's unreflected desire and the diary's reflected seduction, these women suffer the underside, reflective sorrow that is nowhere to repent, and the unhappiest one's chain is the same Fenris chain Diopsalmida already named, only now without the laughter that keeps the aesthete on his side. The first love, when the anthology retains its tip, is the reviewer's loss of faith in first love, dramatic performance overshadowing ironical substance. Another silhouette of reflection that will not repent. Hard Eye's underside is not a moral appendix. Is the same life view seen from the side of sorrow rather than from the side of the interesting. The rotation of crops. Boredom is the root of all evil. The world goes backwards as boredom advances. The gods were bored, therefore they created human beings. Adam bored alone, therefore Eve. Then boredom en famille, en masse. The Tower of Babel, a boring notion as high as the tower. Rome delayed by panis et circenses. Our day expedites doom with consultative assemblies and paying debt in installments. Can anything more boring be imagined? Crop rotation answers boredom. The art of forgetting and the art of recollecting, so one can play shuttlecock with all existence. Forget the pleasant as well as the unpleasant. Forgetting is quiet assimilation that reduces experience to a sounding board, not wild force that stifles only the unpleasant. In the midst of enjoyment, look at it in order to recollect it. Curb enjoyment from the beginning. Do not hoist full sail. Resiliency measured by power to forget. Nature is great because it has forgotten it was chaos. Yet that thought can appear at any time. The experienced farmer lets his land lie fallow. Social prudence recommends the same. Everything will surely come again, but in a different way. What has once been taken into the rotation process remains there, but is varied by the method of cultivation. One hopes to meet old friends in a better world, yet fears not that they have changed beyond recognition, but that they are altogether unchanged. Never become involved in marriage, says the rotating aesthete. Throughout eternity means little if one is finished with time. Until Easter would at least say something one might carry out. Marriage's mutual faithlessness balancing into neutrality is too late for divorce's huge problems. Moral props that scream scoundrel when a man wants separation are an indirect assault upon marriage. Either marriage has intrinsic reality and he is punished by losing it, or it has none and vilifying him is unreasonable. Arbitrary control of recollection and forgetting so the interesting never sticks long enough to bore. That is the only ethics the aesthete will practice. Rotation is not a theory beside diapsalmata. It is diapsalmata's summa summarum made into technique. Change the soil of experience. Keep the laughter. Never let anything root. The Seducer's Diary. Victor Eremita finds in the desk neither more nor less than a diary, painstakingly kept, title chosen with aesthetic, objective mastery of himself and of the situation. His life has been an attempt to accomplish the task of living poetically. With a sharply developed organ for discovering the interesting, he found it and continually reproduced his experiences half poetically. Therefore, the diary is not historically accurate or strictly narrative. It is not indicative but subjunctive. Experiences recorded afterward, sometimes long afterward, are frequently described as if taking place right now, with such dramatic vividness that everything seems before one's eyes. It had only personal importance. To assume a poetic work intended for publication is excluded by the whole as by its parts. Cordelia was very correctly named Cordelia, but not, however, Wall. Family names odd enough to mislead every interloper, while the first name keeps the actual person identifiable to him alone. How then the poetic tinge? His poetic nature is not abundant enough, or not deficient enough, to separate poetry and actuality from each other. The poetic was the plus he himself brought along, enjoyed in the poetic situation of actuality, recaptured in the form of poetic reflection, second enjoyment. Whole life intended for enjoyment. The Seducer is reflection's enjoyment of the process that Don Giovanni lived as immediate genius. Cordelia is the case study of distance that never becomes ethical choice. I have seen through communion once a year piety and $10 courage. I rotate so nothing roots. I seduce so that actuality becomes only material for reflection. That is part eye's length and its nausea. Diapsalmata's anguish is music. Don Giovanni's overture. Silhouettes of sorrow. Rotation's shuttlecock. The diary's Cordelia. One life view exhibited until laughter and the interesting reveal their despair without yet naming despair as Judge William will. A's fragment ends where choice should begin and will not. Distance, the interesting, rotation, poetic living. The either until the reader is ready for part two's letters. Then the or can be spoken. Until then, summa summarum, I don't feel like doing anything. And that sum is the fragment of life that demands an or. Victor Eremita hands the papers to the reader. Anonymity protects against the genetic fallacy, but it does not protect against the either, nausea or choice. The fragment of life is enough, and that is everything A will give until Judge William writes the or that part one cannot yet speak. Aesthetic life view. Interesting distance, rotation, seduction as poetic reflection, Don Giovanni as musical immediacy. Poet/Phalaris. Anguish as music for the crowd. Reviewer without anguish. Quote, what is a poet? An unhappy person who conceals profound anguish in his heart, but whose lips are so formed that as sighs and cries pass over them, they sound like beautiful music. I would rather be a swineherd out on amateur and be understood by swine than be a poet and be misunderstood by people. Quote, the poetic was the plus he himself brought along. This plus was the poetic he enjoyed in the poetic situation of actuality. This he recaptured in the form of poetic reflection. This was the second enjoyment, and his whole life was intended for enjoyment. Either slash or part two. My friend, it is a letter you are reading. I will not give up the epistolary form. Admonishing, urgent, not a treatise for your dialectical powers to talk in generalities without personal involvement. You know how Nathan dealt with David. An aesthetic choice is no choice. You feel free, tell the world farewell, move on under stars above your cap. You have chosen, not the better part. You have not actually chosen, or only figuratively. Vanitas vanitatum as gospel, critic in all branches, intellectual capacities dispersed. Lad gay, let it pass, compromise like making 5 an even number. The longer you postpone the either slash, or the more easily you alter it while believing you keep the alternative separate. Part 2 answers A's papers not with a system, but with 2 letters and an ultimatum. Choose yourself, or remain the critic of everything who has chosen nothing. No wonder the ultimatum's words become an offense and a foolishness to you. Like the arms of the virgin whose embrace was death. You look down on people, make them objects of ridicule, and have become what you most abominate, a critic, a universal critic in all the branches of learning. At times I cannot help smiling at you, and yet it is sad that your truly remarkable intellectual capacities have been dispersed this way. You discern the ludicrous very well. God help the person who falls into your hands. He becomes bowed down and crushed, whereas you become erect and more jocular than ever, and make yourself and others happy with the gospel vanitas vanitatum vanitas. But that is no choice. It is lad gay, let it pass, or a compromise like making 5 an even number. So you move on to places afar, above your cap only the stars, with that you have chosen, not the better part. You have not actually chosen at all, or only figuratively. The aesthetic validity of marriage. Marriage has aesthetic validity when caught up in ethical resolution, not episodic inclination. The aesthetic is not abolished. It is saved from episodic death under duty that does not abolish love. You postpone the either slash or and believe you keep alternatives separate while altering them. Marriage under ethical resolution saves the aesthetic from episodic death without abolishing love. Elskoff is not yet the married man's work of love and time. That time, as affirmed, is not a disparagement of the aesthetic. On the contrary, the more this occurs, the richer and fuller the aesthetic ideal becomes. How can the aesthetic that is incommensurable even for portrayal in poetry be represented? By being lived, similarity to music, which is only because it is continually repeated, only in the moment of being performed. Everything I am talking about here can be portrayed aesthetically, but not in poetic reproduction, only by living it, by realizing it in the life of actuality. In this way, the aesthetic elevates itself and reconciles itself with life. For poetry and art reconcile only one side of the soul. He who has humility and courage enough to let himself be aesthetically transformed, who feels himself present as a character in a drama the deity is writing, in which poet and prompter are not different persons, in which the individual as experienced actor is not disturbed by the prompter, but feels that he himself wants to say what is whispered. He alone has brought into actual existence the highest in aesthetics. That history incommensurable even for poetry is the inner history. It begins with the possession, and its progress is the acquiring of this possession. An eternity in which the temporal has not disappeared as an ideal element, but is continually present as a real element. Social morality is temporarily normative but subject to critique from the universally human and ultimately a transcendent norm. Against A's shuttlecock and diary, I set the married man's continuity. The interesting is not denied, but fulfilled when inclination is caught up in resolution. Know yourself is beginning and goal. But ethical knowing is not mere contemplation according to necessity. It is a collecting of oneself that is itself in action. That is why I say choose oneself rather than know oneself. The ethical individual develops personal, civic, religious virtues, translating himself from stage to stage. Concentrate one-sidedly, and you have not chosen ethically. You miss isolation and continuity in their identity. Friendship's greeting, I dare not thrust as speech on your enclosed nature, letters into the sealed machinery of your personality. Love at a distance while we see each other frequently. Every person is universally human and also an exception. Reconcile with existence by perceiving both. The extraordinary in the nobler sense still admits it would be more perfect to incorporate the entire universal. The balance between the aesthetic and the ethical. The aesthetic is that by which one immediately an inclination ally is what one is. The ethical is that whereby one becomes what one becomes. In radically choosing the categories of good and evil, one chooses oneself in one's eternal validity. In despair, to choose to despair, one thereby chooses oneself and the categories. Doubt is thought's despair. Despair is personality's doubt. That is why I cling to choose as watchword and nerve of my life view, even if I presume no system. Doubt conducts itself as impersonally as possible. Thought finds the absolute by the same necessity by which it doubted. Despair involves the whole personality. German philosophers divert themselves in objective thinking brought to rest, and are in despair. Abstract thinking dulls by conducting oneself as impersonally as possible. Doubt and despair belong to different spheres. Despair is deeper and more complete. You would like to believe but cannot. You must doubt. Then positive substance may still remain uncommunicating with thinking. Or the heart despairs while doubt is conquered. Diversion of the age. The ethical individual is not a magic picture shifting with every turn of the interesting. He knows himself because he has chosen himself. That identity of isolation and continuity is the balance the title names between aesthetic and ethical in the development of the personality. Choose yourself in eternal validity. Watchword against aesthetic figurative choosing. Become what you become, or keep making five even. Ethical choice is the beginning of becoming. Aesthetic choice is no choice. That is the whole of part 2 in one nerve. Choose yourself in concretion as task. You do not create yourself from nothing. Without that choice, the interesting remains despair without the name. And A's laughter stays on his side only because he has not yet heard what despair is called. Ultimatum. Ultimatum. The rural pastor's sermon. The upbuilding that lies in the thought that in relation to God, we are always in the wrong. That word is offense and foolishness to you, like the virgin's embrace that was death. Yet here the ethical life opens toward the religious without yet being Climacus's religiousness be. Without the ultimatum, the ethical might harden into civic self-satisfaction. With it, the religious peeks through. The ultimatum does not flatter the judge, always in the wrong before God. Upbuilding precisely there, where the ethical self discovers a measure it did not invent. Offense and foolishness to the aesthete. Yet the letter remains a letter to you, not a paragraph in a system. Part 2 does not abolish the interesting. It demands that you choose, and that choosing yourself is the beginning of becoming. Letters, marriage, ultimatum, B's or against A's endless rotation. Choose yourself in eternal validity, or keep the laughter that is despair. The or is spoken. Choose yourself, or nothing was chosen. The longer you put off the choice, the more easily you come to alter it, although you go on pondering and thereby believe you're really keeping separate the two alternatives of the choice. I write as B because it will not hear a treatise. Nathan's parable still works when categories fail. The balance named in the title is isolation and continuity identical in the personality that is chosen, not the magic picture shifting with every turn of the interesting. Either / or aesthetic choice is no choice. Choose oneself in eternal validity. Despair as doorway to categories of good and evil. Marriage/ultimatum. Ethical validity of married life. Always in the wrong before God. Quote, your choice is an aesthetic choice, but an aesthetic choice is no choice. On the whole, to choose is an intrinsic and stringent and rigorous term. Quote, the aesthetic is that by which one immediately and inclination ally is what one is. The ethical is that whereby one becomes what one becomes. I have with a forethought used the expression to choose oneself instead of to know oneself. For upbuilding discourses. This little book is called Discourses, not Sermons. The author has no authority to preach. Upbuilding discourses, not discourses for upbuilding. The speaker claims no teacher. It wishes to be only a superfluity, to remain in hiding as it came into existence in concealment. It seeks that single individual whom I, with joy and gratitude, call my reader, who reads slowly, repeatedly, aloud for his own sake. Appropriation in inwardness is the understanding. To need God is a human being's highest perfection. The first self sits looking at beckoning fruits, certain of splendid progress. If one just begins, everyone will vouch. The deeper self sits earnest as a physician at the bedside, with transfigured gentleness, knowing this sickness is not unto death but unto life. The deeper self does not haggle, does not compromise. It merely says, even in this moment, everything can be changed. Never has tongue been so quick it could beguile the deeper self, if only it gains a chance to speak. People explain, some are fortunate and supposed to enjoy life, and you are one of them. The heart beats, he wants to be off. The sign discourses parallel the pseudonyms. Religiousness, a immanental ethical religiousness, making aware of the religious, the essentially Christian, expectancy of faith, perfect gifts, patience, prayer, self-denial. 18 discourses in 6 volumes. This selection tips the tone. Perfection is need of God against the first self's fortunate progress. The first self has a specific craving, conscious of possessing the conditions, the surrounding world as favorable as possible. Happy self and favors of fortune waiting for each other. The deeper self will not consent. There is only one way out for the first self. Silence the deeper self by letting the roar of inconstancy drown it out. That is not victory, it is evasion. The discourses do not preach with authority. They wish to arise in the reader's own heart. Parallel to fear and trembling and prefaces in publication rhythm. They insist religiousness, while the pseudonyms stage the aesthetic and the paradox. Highest perfection is need, not surplus of fortunate conditions. Read slowly, read aloud. Keep the understanding in the inwardness of appropriation. That single individual is not a demographic, is the only reader these pages can have. The preface's disclaimer, discourses not sermons, superfluity in hiding, is itself upbuilding. No authority, only that single individual whom I with joy and gratitude call my reader. Parallel publication with the pseudonyms means religiousness, a speaking while irony and paradox stage their either/or. Need of God as highest perfection overturns every fortunate gospel of the first self. The deeper self's physician gaze will not be drowned forever by inconstancy's roar without cost. First self and deeper self struggle until the fortunate gospel is halted. Everything can be changed in this minute. That sentence is religiousness A's tip against progress's certainty. Discourses wish to arise in the reader's heart as if native there. Superfluity, hiding, no teacher. The form matches the content of need. 18 discourses tip religiousness, a while pseudonym stage paradox. Read slowly, repeatedly, aloud for your own sake, as that single individual. Need God, or the first self's beckoning fruit win by drowning out the claim that will not haggle. Never has tongue been so quick it could beguile the deeper self, if only it gains a chance to speak. The first self's only way out is to silence the physician gaze by the roar of inconstancy. Evasion, named victory. These pages wish to remain superfluity in hiding. They seek only that single individual who keeps the understanding and appropriation's inwardness. That single individual, reader of appropriation, no authority to preach. To need God, highest perfection, deeper self versus first self's beckoning fortune. Quote, the deeper self sits there as earnest and thoughtful as the physician at the bedside of the sick, yet also with transfigured gentleness, because it knows that this sickness is not unto death but unto life. The deeper self does not give ground, does not haggle, does not give its consent, does not compromise. It merely says, even in this moment, everything can be changed. Fear and trembling. I can make the mighty trampoline leap into infinity. My back is like a tightrope dancer's. 1, 2, 3. I walk upside down in existence, but I cannot make the next movement, the marvelous. I can only be amazed. If Abraham, swinging onto the ass, had said Isaac is already lost, I could sacrifice him at home, then I do not need Abraham. He did not. I prove it by his fervent joy receiving Isaac and needing no preparation to rally to finitude. Infinite resignation is the last stage before faith. Abraham goes further. Travesties of faith, lukewarm lethargy, despicable hope that one just can't know. Infinite resignation has already disdained them. Abraham, I cannot understand. I can learn nothing except to be amazed. Whoever wants to suck worldly wisdom from the paradox's outcome cheats himself and God out of the first movement of faith. Our generation does not stop with faith. It turns wine into water. Problema I. Is there a teleological suspension of the ethical? The tragic hero remains within the ethical, scales one ethical expression to a higher ethical telos. Abraham transgresses the ethical altogether and has a higher telos outside it. Not to save a nation, not to uphold the state, not to appease angry gods, a purely private endeavor. The ethical as Father shall love the Son is entirely beside the point. He does it for God's sake and for his own. An ordeal. The temptation is the ethical itself holding him back from God's will. Duty is simply the expression for God's will. Paganism does not know such a private relationship to the divine. Night of infinite resignation versus night of faith. Absolute duty to God, concealment. Stop with faith. The movement must continually be made by virtue of the absurd, yet without losing the finite but gaining it whole. Johannes de Silentio cannot make the movement. He bows 7 times to the name and 70 to the deed. Problema 2. Is there an absolute duty to God? The ethical is the universal. The single individual as immediate is hidden in the universal. Faith is this paradox, that the single individual as the particular is higher than the universal, justified over against it, not as subordinate, but as superior, yet in such a way that the movement repeats itself. Problema 3. Was concealment ethically defensible? The tragic hero can speak. Abraham cannot make himself intelligible. The aesthetic hero's silence differs again. I speak of Abraham only to be amazed, the disciple of Heraclitus who improved flux into Eleatic permanence by saying one cannot step in the same river even once. Our generation's going further than faith. Faith produces no coarse work. Its dialectic is the finest. The night of resignation renounces. The night of faith, after resignation, by virtue of the absurd, receives the finite back. I can resign. I cannot believe as Abraham believed. That admission is the lyric's honesty, dialectical lyric, not systematic theology. Hegel should not have concealed what he learned from the Greeks when he mediates everything. Abraham's private endeavor finds no point of contact with the universal except transgression. Isaac must cry with Isaac's mouth. Do not do this. Duty as God's will makes the ethical the temptation. Stop with faith. See to it that he who stands does not fall. The movement continually, not once as worldly wisdom from the outcome. I write dialectical lyric because a system would betray Abraham into the universal again. Fear and trembling are not moods for Sunday. They are the atmosphere of the paradox when the single individual stands higher than the universal and cannot speak. I bow and step aside. I write only amazement. That is enough for the dialectical lyric, and enough to refuse our generations going further. Teleological suspension. Abraham outside the universal. Temptation equals the ethical, by virtue of the absurd. Night of faith/resignation. Amazement, not imitation as system. Stop with faith against going further. Quote, "The difference between the tragic hero and Abraham is very obvious. The tragic hero is still within the ethical. Abraham's situation is different. By his act, he transgressed the ethical altogether and had a higher telos outside it, in relation to which he suspended it." Quote, "Abraham I cannot understand. In a certain sense, I can learn nothing from him except to be amazed. Would it not be best to stop with faith, and is it not shocking that everyone wants to go further?" Repetition. When the Eleatics denied motion, Diogenes came forward, literally, and paced. I've been immobilized by another question, whether repetition is possible, what importance it has, whether something gains or loses in being repeated. Suddenly the thought arrived, take a trip to Berlin. You have been there once. Prove it to yourself. Say what you will, this question will play a very important role in modern philosophy. For repetition is a crucial expression for what recollection was to the Greeks. Just as they taught that all knowing is a recollecting, modern philosophy will teach that all life is a repetition. The only modern philosopher who had an intimation of this is Leibniz. Repetition and recollection are the same movement, except in opposite directions. What is recollected has been, is repeated backward, whereas genuine repetition is recollected forward. Repetition, if it is possible, makes a person happy. Recollection makes him unhappy. Assuming he gives himself time to live and does not promptly at birth find an excuse to sneak out of life again. Repetition is the new category that will be discovered. It precisely explains the relation between the Eleatics and Heraclitus, and repetition proper is what has mistakenly been called mediation. Incredible flurry has been made in Hegelian philosophy over mediation. One should rather seek to think through mediation and then give a little credit to the Greeks. The dialectic of repetition is easy. That which is repeated has been, otherwise it could not be repeated, but the very fact that it has been makes the repetition into something new. When the Greeks said that all knowing is recollecting, they said that all existence, which has been. When one says that life is a repetition, one says actuality, which has been, now comes into existence. Recollection is the ethnical view of life, repetition the modern. Repetition is the interest of metaphysics, and also the interest upon which metaphysics comes to grief. Repetition is the watchword in every ethical view. Repetition is conditio sine qua non for every issue of dogmatics. I went by steamship to Stralsund and took a seat in the Schnellpost to Berlin, without anyone's knowing, lest gossip ruin the experiment. Everything, however, repeated itself. The postilion blew his horn. I shut my eyes and surrendered to despair. In Berlin, I hurried to my old lodgings. Ginsdarm Square, by moonlight, the Schauspielhaus, the two identical rooms, so that one sees the room double in the mirror. Recollection of these had been an important factor in taking the journey. But alas, no repetition was possible. My landlord, the druggist, hat sich verändert. He had married. He proved the aesthetic validity of marriage as marvelously as he had last time proved the perfection of bachelorhood. When I speak German, I am the most accommodating man in the world. I arrived on the universal day of penance and prayer. Berlin lay in one cloud of dust. Every other day is Ash Wednesday there. But this discovery had no connection with repetition, for last time it had been winter. At the Königstadter Theater, I had hoped for durable enjoyment. Beckmann could not make me laugh. There is no repetition at all. Should life be even more deceitful than a bankrupt? He still gives 50%. The least one can ask for is the comic. Should not even that be capable of repetition? The velvet armchair was still there. I became so furious I almost smashed it. My home had become dismal simply because it was a repetition of the wrong kind. The cafe, the restaurant, Unter den Linden, the same sameness that appalls, or the impossibility of a repetition that is the only repetition. When this had repeated itself several days, I became so weary of the repetition that I decided to return home. My discovery was not significant, and yet curious. I had discovered that there simply is no repetition and had verified it by having it repeated in every possible way. At home, my conservative principles have been violated by a housewifely servant shakeup. Through the door, I saw everything turned upside down. He slammed the door in my face. I perceived that there is no repetition, and my earlier conception of life was victorious. Then I established a monotonous order. Clock, servant, and I walking with measured pace, an anesthetic sameness more powerful than whimsical amusements. 3 flies were preserved to buzz at specified times. Thus did I live when letters arrived from the young man. His issue is nothing more nor less than repetition. He is right not to seek clarification in philosophy. The Greeks make the opposite movement. Modern philosophy makes no movement, or only within immanence, whereas repetition is and remains a transcendence. I have abandoned my theory. I am adrift. I can circumnavigate myself, but cannot rise above myself. I cannot find the Archimedean point. He falls back on Job, who sits on the hearth and scrapes himself with a potsherd. I am unable to make a religious movement. It is contrary to my nature. Yet I do not deny the reality of such a thing. His letters, where am I? Who tricked me into this whole thing? If I do not have Job, he waits for a thunderstorm and for repetition. Then she is married. I myself again. Here I have repetition. I understand everything. Did I not get everything double? Did I not get myself again? Compared with such a repetition, what is a repetition of worldly possessions? Only as children did Job not receive double again. For a human life cannot be redoubled that way. Here only repetition of the Spirit is possible, even though it is never so perfect in time as in eternity, which is the true repetition. He belongs to the idea. The beaker of inebriation is offered again. Praise be feminine generosity. 3 cheers for the dance in the vortex of the infinite. Both of us become parodies of repetition. I end in monotonous routine, having despaired of aesthetic repetition because of the accidental. Despairing of personal repetition because of guilt, obtains an aesthetic repetition through the accidental intervention of the fiancé's marriage and is transported into the poet's world of imagination. If he had had a deeper religious background, he would not have become a poet. Eternity is the true repetition. Repetition begins in faith, lines I leave undeveloped for Vigilius to pick up. Repetition/recollection. Same movement, opposite directions. Forward coming into existence versus backward ethnical knowing. Against Hegelian mediation. Berlin experiment. Contingency ruins aesthetic recurrence. Wrong kind sameness. No Archimedean point for religious movement. Young man/Job. Thunderstorm as transcendence. Self-regained double. Poet's vortex as parody of true repetition. Quote, repetition and recollection are the same movement, except in opposite directions, for what is recollected has been, is repeated backward, whereas genuine repetition is recollected forward. Repetition, therefore, if it is possible, makes a person happy, whereas recollection makes him unhappy. Quote, recollection is the ethnical view of life, repetition the modern. Repetition is the interest of metaphysics, and also the interest upon which metaphysics comes to grief. Repetition is the watchword in every ethical view. Repetition is conditio sine qua non for every issue of dogmatics. Quote, is there not, then, a repetition? Did I not get everything double? Did I not get myself again, and precisely in such a way that I might have a double sense of its meaning? Here only repetition of the Spirit is possible, even though it is never so perfect in time as in eternity, which is the true repetition. Philosophical fragments. Can a historical point of departure be given for an eternal consciousness? How could such a point of departure be of more than historical interest? Can eternal happiness be built on historical knowledge? The question is asked by one who in his ignorance does not even know what provided the occasion for his questioning in this way. Can the truth be learned? It was a Socratic question, or became that by way of whether virtue can be taught. Here we encounter the difficulty Socrates calls attention to in the Meno as a pugnacious proposition. A person cannot seek what he knows and cannot seek what he does not know. Socrates thinks through the difficulty by means of the principle that all learning and seeking are but recollecting. Thus, the ignorant person merely needs to be reminded. The truth is not introduced into him, but was in him. Socrates remained a midwife, not because he did not have the positive, but because he perceived that this relation is the highest a human being can have to another. Even if a divine point of departure is ever given, this remains the true relation between one human being and another. Giving birth belongs to the God. Viewed Socratically, any point of departure in time is eo ipso something accidental, a vanishing point, an occasion. Nor is the teacher anything more. This is the profundity of Socratic thinking, his noble, thoroughgoing humanity. In the Socratic view, every human being is himself the midpoint, and the whole world focuses only on him because his self-knowledge is God-knowledge. If this is the case, then the fact that I have learned from Socrates, or from Prodicus, or from a maidservant can concern me only historically, or, if I am a Plato in my enthusiasm, poetically. The truth in which I rest was in me and emerged from me. Not even Socrates would have been capable of giving it to me. But suppose we wish to go further. If the moment is to have decisive significance, then the learner must not possess the truth. Subjectivity is untruth, and the moment in time must be of decisive importance, not a vanishing occasion. The teacher must give the condition and the truth. Then he is, of course, a reconciler who takes away the wrath that lay over the incurred guilt. A teacher, such as that the learner will never be able to forget. That teacher is actually not a teacher, but is a judge. And now the moment. Short and temporal, passing, past in the next moment, and yet decisive, and yet filled with the eternal. A moment such as this must have a special name. Let's call it the fullness of time. When the learner is untruth, but is nevertheless a human being, and he now receives the condition and the truth, he becomes a person of a different quality, a new person. As a result of receiving the condition in the moment, his course took the opposite direction. Let us call this change conversion. Inasmuch as he was an untruth through his own fault, this conversion cannot take place without consciousness of fault. With this consciousness, he takes leave of his former state in sorrow. Repentance, which looks back yet quickens its pace toward what lies ahead. The change is like the change from not to be to be. Let us call this transition rebirth. We can be baptized en masse, but can never be reborn en masse. The one who is born again owes no human being anything, but owes that divine teacher everything. Whereas the Greek pathos focuses on recollection, the pathos of our project focuses on the moment. Is it not an exceedingly pathos-filled matter to come into existence from the state of not to be? This project indisputably goes beyond the Socratic. Whether it is therefore more true than the Socratic is an altogether different question, inasmuch as a new organ has been assumed here, faith, and a new presupposition, the consciousness of sin, and a new decision, the moment, and a new teacher, the God in time. Without these, I really would not have dared to present myself for inspection before that ironist who has been admired for millennia. But to go beyond Socrates when one nevertheless says essentially the same as he, only not nearly so well, that at least is not Socratic. Socratic midwifery, truth already in the learner, time and teacher as vanishing occasion, self-knowledge as God-knowledge, moment/fullness of time, learner as untruth. God in time gives condition, conversion, repentance, rebirth, new organ, faith, consciousness of sin, the decision of the moment, beyond Socrates without cheap going further. Quote, can a historical point of departure be given for an eternal consciousness? How can such a point of departure be of more than historical interest? Can an eternal happiness be built on historical knowledge? Quote, a moment such as this is unique. To be sure, it is short and temporal, as the moment is. It is passing, as the moment is past, as the moment is in the next moment, and yet it is decisive, and yet it is filled with the eternal. A moment such as this must have a special name. Let's call it the fullness of time. Quote, "This project indisputably goes beyond the Socratic, as is apparent at every point. Whether it is therefore more true than the Socratic is an altogether different question, inasmuch as a new organ has been assumed here, faith, and a new presupposition, the consciousness of sin, and a new decision, the moment, and a new teacher, the God in time. Johannes Climacus, all de omnibus dubitandome." Some years ago in the city of H, there lived a young student by the name of Johannes Climacus, who had no desire to become prominent. He enjoyed a quiet, secluded life. Those who knew him supposed him melancholy or in love. In a certain sense, those who supposed the latter were not incorrect, although they erred if they assumed that a girl was the object of his dreams. In love, he was ardently in love with thought, or more accurately, with thinking. No young lover can be more intensely moved by the stroke of lightning with which reciprocated love bursts forth than he was moved by the comprehensible transition in which one thought connects with another. It was his delight to begin with a single thought and then, by way of coherent thinking, to climb step by step to a higher one, because to him coherent thinking was a scala paradisi, and his blessedness seemed even more glorious than the angels. When he arrived at the higher thought, it was an indescribable joy to plunge headfirst down into the same coherent thoughts until he reached the point from which he had proceeded. If he did not get just as many pushes as there were links, he became despondent and began all over again. He walked unsteadily like someone carrying fragile things stacked one upon another, his soul carrying a stack far taller, anxious lest one coherent thought slip out, for then the whole thing would collapse. He did not notice that people smiled at him. He was and remained a stranger in the world. His father was seemingly dry and prosaic, but underneath the rough, homespun cloak he concealed a glowing imagination. When Johannes asked permission to go out, the request was usually refused. Occasionally his father offered to take his hand and go for a walk up and down the floor. It was left entirely up to Johannes where they should go: city gate, country palace, seashore, streets. While they walked, his father told about everything they saw so exactly that after a half-hour's walk Johannes was as weary as if he had been out a whole day. What formerly took place as epic narrative became a drama. They carried on a dialogue on their tour. For Johannes, it was as if the world came into existence during the conversation, as if his father were our Lord, and he himself the favored one permitted to insert his own foolish whims. Greek grammar expanded before him into empty space for intuition. Accusative is extension in time and space, while outside the window 10 blades of grass became an enormous forest. He set himself to philosophize with the aid of traditional ideas, and then to get clear on what it means to doubt everything. Immediacy is reality. Language is ideality. Consciousness is contradiction. The moment I make a statement about reality, contradiction is present, for what I say is ideality. The possibility of doubt lies in consciousness, whose nature is a contradiction produced by a duplexity that itself produces a duplexity. So long as the exchange of reality and ideality takes place without mutual contact, consciousness exists only according to its possibility. Reality is not consciousness. Ideality no more so. Yet consciousness does not exist without both, and this contradiction is the coming into existence of consciousness, and is its nature. Reflection is the possibility of the relation. Consciousness is the relation, the first form of which is contradiction. Reflection's categories are dichotomous. The categories of consciousness are trichotomous. When one is divided in the world of mind, there are 3, never 2. Reflection is disinterested. Consciousness, however, is the relation and thereby is interest being between. Therefore, all disinterested knowledge, mathematics, aesthetics, metaphysics, is only the presupposition of doubt. As soon as the interest is cancelled, doubt is not conquered but is neutralized. It would be a misunderstanding to think that doubt can be overcome by so-called objective thinking. Doubt is a higher form than any objective thinking, for it presupposes the latter, but has something more, a third, which is interest or consciousness. The Greek skeptics were far more consistent than the modern overcoming of doubt. They knew doubt is based on interest and thought they could cancel doubt by transforming interest into apathy. Even if the system were absolutely perfect, doubt would still not be overcome. It only begins, for doubt is based on interest and all systematic knowledge is disinterested. From this, it is apparent that doubt is the beginning of the highest form of existence. Let ideality and reality be in conflict forever. As long as there is no consciousness that has an interest in this struggle, there is no doubt. As soon as the question of a repetition arises, the collision is present. In reality, as such, there is no repetition. In ideality alone, there is no repetition. When ideality and reality touch each other, then repetition occurs. Ideality and reality collide. In what medium? In consciousness, there is the contradiction. The question is of a repetition in consciousness, consequently of recollection. Recollection is not ideality. It is ideality that has been. It is not reality. It is reality that has been, which again is a double contradiction. Thus the narrative breaks off unfinished. Yet the deepest interpretation of Cartesian doubt is already here. Not clear and distinct ideas as bedrock, but interest is the third that makes doubt possible and makes any systematic conquest of doubt a play on words. Scala paradisi, coherent thinking as ladder and plunge, fragile stack of thoughts, stranger in the world. Consciousness as contradiction, immediacy/reality versus language/ideality. Reflection dichotomous and disinterested, consciousness trichotomous and interest. Doubt, based on interest, Greek apathy more consistent than modern systematic conquest. Repetition as collision in consciousness. Quote, in love he was ardently in love with thought, or more accurately with thinking. It was his delight to begin with a single thought and then, by way of coherent thinking, to climb step by step to a higher one. Because to him coherent thinking was a scala paradisi, ladder of paradise. Quote, immediacy is reality. Language is ideality. Consciousness is contradiction. The moment I make a statement about reality, contradiction is present, for what I say is ideality. Quote, reflection is disinterested. Consciousness, however, is the relation and thereby is interest, a duality that is perfectly and with pregnant double meaning expressed in the word interest being between. Doubt is a higher form than any objective thinking, for it presupposes the latter, but has something more, a third, which is interest or consciousness. The concept of anxiety. The age of making distinctions is past. It has been vanquished by the system. Be that as it may, Socrates still is what he was, great in that he distinguished between what he understood and what he did not understand. Innocence is ignorance. In innocence, man is not qualified as spirit, but is psychically qualified in immediate unity with his natural condition. The spirit in man is dreaming. This view accords with the Bible, which by denying that man in his innocence has knowledge of the difference between good and evil denounces all the phantasmagoria of Catholic meritoriousness. In this state, there is peace and repose, but simultaneously something else that is not contention and strife, for there is indeed nothing against which to strive. What then is it? Nothing. But what effect does nothing have? It begets anxiety. This is the profound secret of innocence, that it is at the same time anxiety. Dreamily, the spirit projects its own actuality, but this actuality is nothing, and innocence always sees this nothing outside itself. Anxiety is a qualification of the dreaming spirit. Awake, the difference between myself and my other is posited. Sleeping, it is suspended. Dreaming, it is an intimated nothing. Anxiety is altogether different from fear and similar concepts that refer to something definite. whereas anxiety is freedom's actuality as the possibility of possibility. For this reason, anxiety is not found in the beast, precisely because by nature the beast is not qualified as spirit. Anxiety is a sympathetic antipathy and an antipathetic sympathy. One speaks of a pleasing anxiety, a strange anxiety, a bashful anxiety. The anxiety posited in innocence is no guilt and no troublesome burden that cannot be brought into harmony with the blessedness of innocence. In children, one discovers this anxiety intimated as a seeking for the adventurous, the monstrous, the enigmatic. The less spirit, the less anxiety. This anxiety belongs so essentially to the child that he cannot do without it. The more profound the anxiety, the more profound the culture. He who becomes guilty through anxiety is indeed innocent, for it was not he himself, but anxiety, a foreign power, that laid hold of him, a power that he did not love, but about which he was anxious. And yet he is guilty, for he sank in anxiety, which he nevertheless loved even as he feared it. There is nothing in the world more ambivalent. Therefore, this is the only psychological explanation. But it could never occur to the explanation that it should explain the qualitative leap. Every notion that suggests the prohibition tempted him, or that the seducer deceived him, has sufficient ambivalence only for a superficial observation, but it perverts ethics, introduces a quantitative determination, and will, by the help of psychology, pay man a compliment at the sacrifice of the ethical. That anxiety makes its appearance is the pivot upon which everything turns. Man is a synthesis of the psychical and the physical. However, a synthesis is unthinkable if the two are not united in a third. This third is spirit. In innocence, man is not merely animal. Spirit is present, but as immediate as dreaming. Spirit is in a sense a hostile power, for it constantly disturbs the relation between soul and body. On the other hand, spirit is a friendly power, since it is precisely that which constitutes the relation. How does spirit relate itself and to its conditionality? It relates itself as anxiety. Do away with itself, the spirit cannot. Lay hold of itself, it cannot, as long as it has itself outside of itself. Flee away from anxiety, he cannot, for he loves it. Really love it, he cannot, for he flees from it. When God said to Adam, "Only from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you must not eat," Adam really has not understood this word. How could he understand the difference between good and evil when this distinction would follow as a consequence of the enjoyment of the fruit? The prohibition induces in him anxiety, for the prohibition awakens in him freedom's possibility. Sinfulness moves in quantitative categories through generation. Sin constantly enters by the qualitative leap of the individual. Eve is a derived creature, a presentiment of a disposition that is not sinfulness, but may seem like a hint of the sinfulness posited by propagation. It is the fact of being derived that predisposes the particular individual, yet without making him guilty. Man is also a synthesis of the temporal and the eternal. Where's the third factor? If time is correctly defined as an infinite succession, the distinction of present, past, and future appears only through the relation of time to eternity and through the reflection of eternity in time. Precisely because every moment is a process, no moment is a present, and accordingly there is in time neither present, nor past, nor future. The moment is that ambiguity in which time and eternity touch each other, and with this the concept of temporality is posited. The future in a certain sense signifies more than the present and the past, because the eternal first signifies the future, or because the future is the incognito in which the eternal preserves its association with time. For the Greeks, the eternal lies behind as the past that can only be entered backwards. Here the significance of Platonic recollection is obvious. By the category of repetition, eternity is entered forwards. The pivotal concept in Christianity, that which made all things new, is the fullness of time, the moment as the eternal, and yet this eternal is also the future and the past. If attention is not paid to this, Not a single concept can be saved from a heretical admixture. Conversion, atonement, and redemption are lost. Resurrection and judgment are destroyed. In one of Grimm's fairy tales, a young man goes in search of adventure in order to learn what it is to be in anxiety. This is an adventure that every human being must go through, to learn to be anxious in order that he may not perish either by never having been in anxiety or by succumbing in anxiety. Whoever has learned to be anxious in the right way has learned the ultimate. If a human being were a beast or an angel, he could not be in anxiety. Because he is a synthesis, he can be in anxiety. And the more profoundly he is in anxiety, the greater is the man, not about something external, but in the sense that he himself produces the anxiety. Anxiety is freedom's possibility, and only such anxiety is through faith absolutely educative, because it consumes all finite ends and discovers all their deceptiveness. No grand inquisitor has such dreadful torments in readiness as anxiety has. Whoever is educated by anxiety is educated by possibility, and only he who is educated by possibility is educated according to his infinitude. Therefore, possibility is the weightiest of all categories. In possibility, all things are equally possible, and whoever has truly been brought up by possibility has grasped the terrible as well as the joyful. When such a person graduates from the school of possibility, he knows he can demand absolutely nothing of life, and he will praise actuality, even when it rests heavily upon him, for it is far, far lighter than possibility was. In order that an individual may thus be educated absolutely and infinitely by the possibility, he must be honest toward possibility and have faith, the inner certainty that anticipates infinity. Therefore, he who in relation to guilt is educated by anxiety will rest only in the atonement. Anxiety, freedom's actuality as possibility of possibility, sympathetic antipathy, nothing is object, not fear of the definite. Qualitative leap. Psychology explains ambivalence up to the leap, sin enters individually, not by quantitative complement to ethics. Moment/synthesis, spirit as third of psyche-body, temporality where time and eternity touch, anxiety as saving through faith. Quote, innocence is ignorance. In this state, there is peace and repose, but there is simultaneously something else that is not contention and strife, for there is indeed nothing against which to strive. What then is it? Nothing. But what effect does nothing have? It begets anxiety. This is the profound secret of innocence, that it is at the same time anxiety. Quote, anxiety is freedom's actuality as the possibility of possibility. For this reason, anxiety is not found in the beast, precisely because by nature the beast is not qualified as spirit. Quote, anxiety is freedom's possibility, and only such anxiety is through faith absolutely educative, because it consumes all finite ends and discovers all their deceptiveness. Whoever is educated by anxiety is educated by possibility, and only he who is educated by possibility is educated according to his infinitude. Therefore, possibility is the weightiest of all categories. Prefaces. Nowadays, when one begins the book with the subject and the system with nothing, there apparently is nothing left over to say in a prologue. This state of affairs has given me occasion to become aware that the preface is an altogether unique kind of literary production, and since it is elbowed aside, it is high time for it to liberate itself like everything else. The incommensurable, which in an earlier period was placed in the preface to a book, can now find its place in a preface that is not the preface to any book. If the preface and the book cannot be hitched up together, then let the one give the other a decree of divorce. Every aesthetically cultivated author has had moments when he did not care to write a book, but really wanted to write a preface to a book, no matter whether by himself or by someone else. The liberated preface must then have no subject to treat, but must deal with nothing, and insofar as it seems to discuss something, this must nevertheless be an illusion and a fictitious motion. The preface is thereby defined purely lyrically. A preface is a mood. Writing a preface is like sharpening a scythe, like tuning a guitar, like talking with a child, like spitting out of the window. Writing a preface is like ringing someone's doorbell to trick him, like swinging one's cane in the air to hit the wind, like doffing one's hat although one is greeting nobody. Writing a preface is like arriving by stagecoach at the first station, catching a glimmer of the pregnant mystery of the forest, like having arrived, sitting in an easy chair, filling a pipe, and then having endlessly much to converse about. Writing a preface is like being aware that one is beginning to fall in love. And the one who writes it moves in and out among people like a dupe in winter and a fool in summer. He is hello and goodbye in one person. He does not run errands on behalf of the system. He goes through life the way a shoemaker's apprentice walks whistling down the street. With me, it is different because a promise and an obligation bind me to busy myself only and solely with this kind of writing. Although happily married, as only few are, I have run up against difficulties the discovery of which is due to my wife. There awakened in me a desire for engagement in some literary task. She declared open war and intended to confiscate everything I wrote for underlayment of embroidery, for curlers, etc. Even a person under special censorship can still hope to get his work to the point where it may be printed. My writing is always smothered at birth. I cannot debate with my wife. She has only one syllogism, or rather none at all. Whenever she does not like what has been said, she looks at me with a countenance that is lovable, charming, good-natured, and captivating, yet at the same time triumphant, devastating, and she says, "It is only teasing." To be an author when one is a married man is downright unfaithfulness. Either, she says, a proper married man, or else, well, the rest is unimportant. Then the argument in reserve. I do not think you are cut out to be an author, but on the other hand you have the genius and talent and extraordinary gift to be my husband. Who was victorious? I promise not to insist on being an author, but I reserve for myself permission to venture to write prefaces, as husbands who had promised their wives never to use snuff any more had, as recompense, obtained permission to have as many snuff boxes as they wished. She accepted, perhaps with the idea that one could not write a preface without writing a book. So it is with regard to my promise. The trifles that I hereby publish, I was able to write with good conscience, without my wife's knowledge, by using a sojourn in the country. My request to criticism is that it will go easy on me. Suppose it found that it was as my wife said. Suppose my wife learned of it. Then she would probably exult with joy over carrying her point, and her idea would be strengthened that to be an author when one is a married man is the worst unfaithfulness. Liberated preface. No subject, mood, and fictitious motion. Divorce from the book and from the systems, nothing. Domestic censorship. Wives, it is only teasing. Snuff boxes of prefaces as the sole permitted authorship. Quote, writing a preface is like sharpening a scythe, like tuning a guitar, like talking with a child, like spitting out of the window. Writing a preface is like ringing someone's doorbell to trick him, like walking by a young lady's window and gazing at the paving stones. It is like swinging one's cane in the air to hit the wind, like doffing one's hat, although one is greeting nobody. Quote, either, she says, a proper married man, or else, well, the rest is unimportant. 3 discourses on imagined occasions. This little book seeks appropriation, that single individual who reads for his own sake. Published one day before stages as stillness, wonder, and seeking God against the banquet's wine, as wedding resolution against the aesthetic speeches on women, as graveside earnestness against Quidam's dialectical torment. On the occasion of a confession, to seek God begins in silent wonder and holy fear and culminates in the awareness that God is near enough. But no one without purity can see God, and sin is impurity. Therefore, no one can become aware of God without becoming a sinner. On the occasion of a wedding, resolution is the heart of marriage, distinguishing erotic love from the love that builds. But let the graveside speak most plainly. Then all is over. And when the person stepped up to the grave first, because he was the next of kin, and after the brief moment of the speech was the last one at the grave, because he was the next of kin, then all is over. In the grave there is quiet, and the deceased is a silent man. In the grave there is no recollection, not even of God. Therefore he recollected God while he was living. His life passed in honorable obscurity, a hard worker in his modest occupation. He leaves behind a wife, a true widow who has her hope in God, and a son. He still had one more work, performed with the same faithfulness. He recollected God. But in the grave there is no recollection. Therefore it remains behind with the two who were dear to him. If it is certain that death exists, if it is certain that with death's decision all is over, if it is certain that death itself never becomes involved in giving any explanation, well, then it is a matter of understanding oneself. And the earnest understanding is that if death is night, then life is day. And the terse but impelling cry of earnestness, like death's terse cry, is this very day. Death in earnest gives life force as nothing else does. Death induces the sensual person to say, "Let us eat and drink, because tomorrow we shall die." But this is sensuality's cowardly lust for life. The thought of death gives the earnest person the right momentum in life and the right goal. No bowstring can be tightened in such a way and is able to give the arrow such momentum the way the thought of death is able to accelerate the living when earnestness stretches the thought. Then earnestness grasps the present this very day, disdains no task as too insignificant, rejects no time as too short, works with all its might even though it is willing to smile at itself, if this effort is said to be merit before God. This very day, death's all is over forces life's day work. Earnestness versus sensual eat and drink and aesthetic mood weakness. Recollect God while living. Obscure faithfulness. In the grave, no recollection even of God. Quote, if it is certain that death exists, which it is, if it is certain that with death's decision all is over, if it is certain that death itself never becomes involved in giving any explanation, well, then it is a matter of understanding oneself. And the earnest understanding is that if death is night, then life is day. And the terse but impelling cry of earnestness, like death's terse cry, is this very day. Quote, death in earnest gives life force as nothing else does. It makes one alert as nothing else does. No bowstring can be tightened in such a way and is able to give the arrow such momentum the way the thought of death is able to accelerate the living when earnestness stretches the thought. Stages on life's way. Such works are mirrors. When an ape looks in, no apostle can look out. Hilarious bookbinder compiles studies by various persons. Part 1, In Vino Veritas, a recollection related by William Affam, gathers at a banquet Johannes the Seducer, Victor Eremita, Constantine Constantius, a young man, a fashion designer, and a narrator for speeches on erotic love and women. Part 2 is Judge William's eulogy on marital love. Part 3 is Frater Taciturnus's imaginary construction, guilty/not guilty, on the torments of a broken engagement, with a concluding interpretive letter. The stages are scarcely discussed as theory. They are represented. The aesthetic as immediacy of desire and its underside of disillusion. The ethical is basic with intimations of the religious, and guilt and repentance pointing to the religious as the sphere of fulfillment. The idea of forgiveness of sins is extraneous to the construction. Quidem is only a demonic figure oriented to the religious. What a splendid occupation to prepare a secret for oneself. To recollect is by no means the same as to remember. One can remember every single detail of an event without thereby recollecting it. Recollection is ideality. It wants to maintain for a person the eternal continuity in life and assure him that his earthly existence remains uno tenore, one breath. In recollection, a person draws on the eternal. As soon as one confuses memory and recollection, the thought of immortality is not so terrible, because one is not thinking the thought at all. Actually, only the essential can be recollected. The person who is broken with the idea cannot act essentially. The essential would then be to repent, which is the only new ideality. To take a wife is indeed something essential, but anyone who has ever dallied with erotic love may strike his brow in sheer solemnity. It is still frivolity. What is recollected cannot be forgotten either. Like Thor's hammer it returns, like a dove it always flies home. At the banquet the speeches turn woman this way, and that under the wine's truth. The fashion designer leaps up after Victor as fellow conspirator. He knows woman from her weak side. That means he knows her. His boutique sits in a human swarm as seductive as Venusberg. Fashion is not open sensuality, but a sneaky trafficking in impropriety authorized as propriety. The sacred of adornment most devoid of ideas, fickle in nonsense that becomes more extravagantly mad. For whom does she adorn herself, if it is not for other ladies? Just when the beloved whispers, "Yours forever," have him say, "Sweet Katie, your hairdo is not at all in style," and learn who is the most dangerous man in the kingdom. Without his sanction a wedding is invalid or very plebeian. If the myrtle wreath is fastened wrong, the ceremony is postponed. From his boutique goes the glad gospel that fashion decrees headgear for church, different for morning service and for vespers. She drives off and is edified. Pro Dei immortals. What is a woman when she is not in fashion? What is she when she is? Lucky the man who does not become involved. Even if she belongs to no other man, she belongs to that phantom of feminine reflection with feminine reflection, fashion. The seducer boasts virtue is saleable. The designer believes fashion's mirrored image corrupts her in quite another way. Whether he serves the devil or the God he does not know, but he is determined to be right until the blood spurts from his fingers. Judge William answers from the ethical side. Marriage as resolution, continuity, the translation of the aesthetic into the ethical, so that the interesting is not abolished but fulfilled. Against the banquet's witty demolition of woman, he sets the married man's work of love and time. Not fashion's phantom, not the seducer's second enjoyment, but the daily either/or of becoming. The judge's letter is panegyric and admonition. Elskov is not yet cajurlied. The wedding is not an episode, but a resolution that must be kept when the myrtle is forgotten and fashion has moved on. Yet stages does not rest in the judge. Quittem's diary of a broken engagement exists in double reflection. He does not give up immediacy, but he keeps it and yet gives it up, keeps erotic love's desire and yet gives it up. Day after day, the experiment turns the same engagement under the lamp of guilt. Guilty/not guilty? Without allowing the aesthetic escape into poetry or the ethical escape into a finished marriage. The construction will not decide for the reader. It exhibits a demonic orientation toward the religious without entering the issue of forgiveness. Frater Taciturnus knows the issue is beyond both his understanding and his capacities. He stages Quittem so that single individual must conclude. I look at the religious position from all sides, says Frater Taciturnus, and to that extent I continually have one more side than the sophist, who sees only one side. But what makes me a sophist is that I do not become a religious person. The very least one in the sphere of religiousness is infinitely greater than the greatest sophist. Sophists can be grouped in three classes. Those who from the aesthetic reach an immediate relation to the religious. Religion becomes poetry, history. Those who from the immediate ethical enter into an immediate relation to the religious. Religion becomes a positive doctrine of obligation, instead of repentance being the supreme task of the ethical. Those who place the metaphysical in an immediate relation to the religious. Religion becomes history finished, and the sophist an inventor of the system. The religious consists precisely in being religiously, infinitely concerned about oneself and not about visions, not about a positive goal, not about deeming oneself finished. This I do know, but I know it with a balance of spirit, and therefore am a sophist like the others, for this balance is an offense against the holy passion of the religious. In a certain sense, I am further from the religious than the three classes of sophists, all of whom have made a beginning in it. But in another sense I am closer, because I see more clearly where the religious is, and consequently do not make the mistake by grasping something particular, but make the mistake of not grasping it. Satisfied with the lesser, hoping that the greater may some day be granted me. I am happy in the little world that is my environment, and I am bound to my mother tongue as Adam was to Eve because there was no other woman. a language that understands jest perhaps even better than earnestness, that captivates its children with a chain that is easy to carry. Yes, but hard to break. The stages remain represented, not lectured. Banquet speeches on erotic love and fashion's phantom. The judge's panegyric on marital love. Quidam's diary of guilt without the issue of forgiveness. Aesthetic, ethical, and the demonic orientation toward the religious, each in its own voice, so that that single individual must conclude. Recollection versus memory. Ideality and eternal continuity uno tenore. Only the essential. Repentance as new ideality after the break with the idea. Banquet/fashion. Aesthetic speeches on woman. Fashion as phantom belonging. Edification as headgear. Frater Taciturnus. Three classes of sophists. Infinite self-concern as religious. Balance of comic and tragic as still not becoming religious. Quote, to recollect is by no means the same as to remember. For example, one can remember very well every single detail of an event without thereby recollecting it. Remembering is only a vanishing condition. Through memory, the experience presents itself to receive the consecration of recollection. Quote, the religious consists precisely in being religiously, infinitely concerned about oneself and not about visions, in being infinitely concerned about oneself and not about a positive goal, which is negative and finite, because the infinitely negative is the only adequate form for the infinite, in being infinitely concerned about oneself and consequently not deeming oneself finished, which is negative and perdition. Quote, some of my countrymen think that the mother tongue is not adequate to express difficult thoughts. I feel fortunate to be bound to my mother tongue, bound as perhaps only few are, bound as Adam was to Eve, because there was no other woman, a mother tongue that captivates its children with a chain that is easy to carry. Yes, but hard to break. Concluding unscientific postscript. I, Johannes Climacus, call myself a humorist, and this postscript, more than 5 times longer than the pamphlet to which it attaches, may be regarded as a philosophical joke in keeping with calling fragments a pamphlet. Yet the joke is earnest. The issue presented without the pretense of solving it returns in historical costume. Can a historical point of departure be given for an eternal consciousness? How can such a point of departure be of more than historical interest? Can an eternal happiness be built on historical knowledge? Christianity is the only historical phenomenon that, despite the historical, indeed precisely by means of the historical, has wanted to be the single individual's point of departure for his eternal consciousness. The issue is not about the truth of Christianity arranged by the indifferent individual into paragraphs, but about the concern of the infinitely interested individual with regard to his own relation to such a doctrine. Simply stated, how can I, Johannes Climacus, born and bred in this city and now 30 years old, an ordinary human being like most folk, share in the happiness that Christianity promises? The objective issue of the truth of Christianity. It was on a Sunday afternoon in Fredericksburg Gardens that the idea of authorship came to me. I smoked my cigar and saw the benefactors of the age making life easier and easier by railroads, omnibuses, telegraph, brief publications, and finally by systematically making spiritual existence easier and yet more meaningful. Suddenly this thought crossed my mind. With limited capabilities, it will be impossible to make anything easier than it has become. You must take it upon yourself to make something more difficult. When all join together to make everything easier, there remains only one possible danger, that the easiness would become so great that it would become all too easy. Out of love of humankind, out of despair over having achieved nothing, I comprehended that it was my task to make difficulties everywhere. The objective issue would be about the truth of Christianity. Historical reliability and speculative coherence both treat Christianity as something to be demonstrated or mediated for a spectator. Lessing has said that contingent historical truths can never become a demonstration of eternal truths of reason, and that the transition whereby one will build an eternal truth on historical reports is a leap. He contests quantifying oneself into a qualitative decision, the direct transition from historical reliability to a decision on an eternal happiness. Even if what is said in the scriptures about miracles and prophecies is as reliable as historical reports can be, why treat them as infinitely more reliable? Who, on the basis of believing that an Alexander who subjugated Asia once lived, would risk anything of great permanent worth whose loss would be irreparable? That is the ugly broad ditch that Lessing cannot cross, however often and earnestly he has tried to make the leap. Perhaps earnestly is cunning. With regard to leaping, earnestness stands in a comic relation to the leap, for it is not the external breadth of the ditch that prevents it, but the dialectical passion that makes the ditch infinitely broad. To have been very close to making the leap is nothing whatever, precisely because the leap is the category of decision. Contemporaneity does not help. There is in all eternity no direct transition, an unbounded injustice toward all those who come later if contemporaneity conferred advantage. Everything that becomes historical is contingent by coming into existence. Therein lies the incommensurability between a historical truth and an eternal decision. The transition is a shifting from one genus to another, a leap for both the contemporary and the one who comes later. A logical system can be given, a system of existence cannot. Existence itself is a system for God, but it cannot be a system for any existing spirit. System and conclusiveness correspond. Existence is the very opposite. Abstractly viewed, system and existence cannot be thought conjointly, because to think existence systematically, one must think it as annulled and consequently not as existing. Existence is the spacing that holds apart. The systematic is the conclusiveness that combines. When an existence is past, it seems finished and turned over to the systematic view. But for whom? Whoever is himself existing cannot gain that conclusiveness outside existence. The systematic thinker outside existence, and yet including it is God. Just because the world has lasted 6,000 years, does existence, therefore, not have the same claim upon the existing individual, that he in actuality should be an existing spirit? All understanding comes afterward. Through Hegel, a system, the absolute system, was brought to completion without having an ethics. The speculative, farcical exaggeration of becoming an I, and then qua human being often such a Philistine that no enthusiast would have cared to lead such a life, is equally ludicrous. Objective issue. Historical and speculative approaches as approximation and distance, inadequate for the ethical-religious infinite interest. Leap. Contingent historical truth cannot demonstrate eternal decision. Lessing's ugly broad ditch. Contemporaneity confers no direct transition. No system of existence. System for God alone. Existing spirit cannot think existence as concluded without annulling it. Quote, can a historical point of departure be given for an eternal consciousness? How can such a point of departure be of more than historical interest? Can eternal happiness be built on historical knowledge? Quote, das ist der geistige breite Graben, über den ich nicht kommen kann, so oft und ernstlich ich auch den Sprung versucht habe, that is the ugly broad ditch that I cannot cross, however often and however earnestly I have tried to make the leap. Quote, existence itself is a system for God, but it cannot be a system for any existing spirit. System and conclusiveness correspond to each other, but existence is the very opposite. The subjective issue. Subjectivity is truth. The subjective issue is about the individual's relation to Christianity. I first present the objective issue so that the historical receives its due. Then the subjective, which is really more than clothing fragments in historical costume, since that costume is provided merely by mentioning the word Christianity. The first part is the promised sequel. The second is a renewed attempt in the same vein as the pamphlet. Throughout there is implicit the earlier characterization of the existential stages, aesthetic, ethical, religious, with irony as the incognito of the ethical and humor as the incognito of the religious. I find greater kinship with Greek thinkers, especially Socrates, than with the disinterested post-Cartesian thinkers who forget that the knower exists. The subjective existing thinker is aware of the dialectic of communication, whereas objective thinking is indifferent to the thinking subject and his existence. The subjective thinker, as existing, is essentially interested in his own thinking, is existing in it. Objective thinking invests everything in the result and assists humankind to cheat by copying and reeling off answers. Subjective thinking invests everything in the process of becoming and omits the result, partly because he possesses the way, partly because as existing he is continually becoming. The reflection of inwardness is the subjective thinker's double reflection. In thinking, he thinks the universal, but as existing in this thinking, he becomes more and more subjectively isolated. The form of communication must artistically possess just as much reflection as he himself possesses, not by enunciating double reflection directly, which would be a direct contradiction. A person in love may want to communicate himself, but not directly, because the inwardness of erotic love is the main thing and he is never finished. So, it is also in a God relationship. Whether truth is defined empirically as the agreement of thinking with being, or idealistically as the agreement of being with thinking, one must pay attention to what is understood by being, lest the knowing spirit be lured into becoming a phantom, such as no existing human being has ever been. If being is empirical, truth itself is transformed into a desideratum, and everything is placed in becoming. Truth is an approximating whose beginning cannot be established absolutely. Every beginning, when it is made, does not occur by virtue of immanental thinking, but by virtue of a resolution, essentially by faith. If being is understood abstractly, the formula is a tautology. Thinking and being signify one and the same. For the existing spirit qua existing, the question about truth persists. To objective reflection, truth becomes an object, and the point is to disregard the subject. To subjective reflection, truth becomes appropriation, inwardness, subjectivity, and the point is to immerse oneself, existing in subjectivity. Mediation subject-object merely reverts to abstraction. It does not help the existing person who, by virtue of existing, is in the process of becoming and must avail himself of how the eternal truth is to be understood in the category of time. The way of objective reflection turns the subjective individual into something accidental and thereby turns existence into an indifferent vanishing something. While the subject becomes indifferent, the truth also becomes indifferent, and that is precisely its objective validity, because the interest, just like the decision, is subjectivity. At its maximum, this way leads to the contradiction that only objectivity has come about while subjectivity has gone out. Yet viewed subjectively, the objectivity that has come about is at its maximum either a hypothesis or an approximation, because all eternal decision is rooted specifically in subjectivity. The objective way opines that it has a security the subjective way does not have, and that it avoids the danger of madness. But is the absence of inwardness also lunacy? A patient escapes a madhouse, puts a skittle ball in his coat tail, and at every bump says, boom, the earth is round, to prove by objective truth that he is sane. Precisely by this it became clear he was not yet cured. Don Quixote is the prototype of subjective lunacy, grasping a fixed finite idea. But when inwardness is absent, parroting lunacy sets in. The something known is the truth that pertains to the whole human race, but does not in the least pertain to the highly honored parroter. One dares not look at him for fear of discovering glass eyes and hair from a floor mat, an artificial product, a walking stick concealing a barrel organ. When the question about truth is asked objectively, truth is reflected upon as an object, if only that to which he relates himself is the truth, the subject is in the truth. When the question is asked subjectively, the individual's relation is reflected upon. If only the how of this relation is in truth, the individual is in truth, even if he were to relate himself to untruth. Objectively, the emphasis is on what is said, subjectively on how it is said, not manner of voice, but the relation of the existing person, in his very existence, to what is said. At its maximum, this how is the passion of the infinite, and the passion of the infinite is the very truth. But the passion of the infinite is precisely subjectivity, and thus subjectivity is truth. An objective uncertainty, held fast through appropriation with the most passionate inwardness, is the truth, the highest truth there is for an existing person. Without risk, no faith. Faith is the contradiction between the infinite passion of inwardness and the objective uncertainty. If I am able to apprehend God objectively, I do not have faith, because I cannot. I must have faith. If I want to keep myself in faith, I must continually hold fast the objective uncertainty out on 70,000 fathoms of water and still have faith. The thesis that subjectivity, inwardness, is truth contains the Socratic wisdom. The knower is an existing person. In his ignorance, Socrates was in the truth in the highest sense within paganism. To go beyond Socrates, when one has not even comprehended the Socratic, is not Socratic. When subjectivity is truth, then truth objectively defined is a paradox. The objectivity's repulsion is the dynamometer of inwardness. Viewed Socratically, the eternal essential truth is not paradoxical in itself, but only by being related to an existing person. Socratic ignorance is an analog to the absurd. Socratic inwardness an analog to faith, except that faith, corresponding to the repulsion of the absurd, is infinitely deeper. So subjectivity is truth. Is there a more inward expression? Yes, if the discussion begins. Subjectivity is untruth. Speculative thought also says subjectivity is untruth, but in the opposite direction. That objectivity is truth. Here, in wanting to begin to become truth by becoming subjective, subjectivity is in the predicament of being untruth. Thus fragments and postscript meet. Subjectivity is untruth, fragments, and yet subjectivity is truth, postscript, the latter as the how of appropriation, the former as the condition that makes the paradox necessary. From an ethical point of view, actuality is superior to possibility. The ethical wants to annihilate the disinterestedness of possibility by making existing the infinite interest. To observe ethically cannot be done. There is only one ethical observing, self-observation. The ethical grips the single individual and requires that he abstain from observing the world and humankind, because the ethical as the internal cannot be observed by anyone standing outside. Actuality is interiority infinitely interested in existing. The object of faith is not a doctrine. Then the relation is intellectual. The object of faith is not a teacher who has a doctrine. Then the doctrine is more important than the teacher. The object of faith is the actuality of the teacher, that the teacher actually exists, answered with infinite passion. Do you accept as fact that he actually has existed? The object of faith is the God's actuality in existence as a particular individual, that the God has existed as an individual human being. Christianity is not a doctrine about the unity of the divine and the human. Christianity is the fact that the God has existed. Faith is not a lesson for slow learners in intellectuality. Faith is a sphere of its own, and the immediate identifying mark of every misunderstanding of Christianity is that it changes it into a doctrine. God does not think, he creates. God does not exist, he is eternal. A human being thinks and exists. An existence separates thinking and being. Between thought action and actual action, the difference in form is always essential. Actuality is interestedness by existing in it. To have thought something good that one wants to do is not to have done it. Neither is the external what determines. When the Levite rode past the assaulted man, he may have thought it beautiful to help. As he came closer, the difficulties became apparent, and he rode past. Suppose repentance brought him back, and he came too late. Had he not acted? Assuredly, though not in the external world. From a moment Luther, with all the passionate decision of subjectivity, existed and willing, he had acted. The decision in the internal is not inferior to the decision in the external. Contempt for the holy says otherwise. Subjectivity is truth. How of the relation over what? Passion of the infinite. Objective uncertainty held with passionate inwardness. Faith. Contradiction of infinite inward passion and objective uncertainty. Without risk, no faith. Out on 70,000 fathoms. Object of faith. Not doctrine, but the God's actuality as individual human being. Christianity as fact, not system. Quote, when the question about truth is asked objectively, truth is reflected upon objectively as an object to which the knower relates himself. When the question about truth is asked subjectively, the individual's relation is reflected upon subjectively. If only the how of this relation is in truth, the individual is in truth, even if he in this way were to relate himself to untruth. Quote, an objective uncertainty, held fast through appropriation with the most passionate inwardness, is the truth, the highest truth there is for an existing person. Without risk, no faith. Faith is the contradiction between the infinite passion of inwardness and the objective uncertainty. If I want to keep myself in faith, I must continually see to it that I hold fast the objective uncertainty. See to it that in the objective uncertainty, I am out on 70,000 fathoms of water and still have faith. Quote, Christianity, therefore, is not a doctrine, but the fact that the God has existed. Faith is a sphere of its own, and the immediate identifying mark of every misunderstanding of Christianity is that it changes it into a doctrine and draws it into the range of intellectuality. Religiousness A and religiousness B. There are three existence spheres: the aesthetic, the ethical, the religious. To these correspond border territories: irony between the aesthetic and the ethical, humor between the ethical and the religious. Irony is the unity of ethical passion that in inwardness infinitely accentuates one's own I in relation to the ethical requirement, and culture that in externality infinitely abstract from the personal I as a finitude among finitudes. The ethicist uses irony as his incognito because he comprehends the contradiction between how he exists inwardly and is not expressing it outwardly. Humor joins the eternal recollecting of guilt together with everything, but in this recollecting does not relate itself to an eternal happiness. The religious person's strict sic dictus is infinitely higher than the humorist and qualitatively different. Humor is the confinium of the religious, not the religious itself. Next to the confusion that faith is immediacy, perhaps the most confusing confusion is that humor is the highest. The meaning of religious suffering is dying to immediacy. Its actuality is its essential continuance, but it belongs to inwardness and must not express itself externally. The monastic movement. When a night of hidden inwardness is placed in the existence medium, the contradiction appears. With all this inwardness hidden within him, he looks just like all the others, and inwardness is hidden precisely by looking exactly like others. There is something comic here for the religious person himself when humor is his incognito. An observer looking for the religious person by the humorist would follow that principle, but can be fooled because the religious person is not a humorist. In outer appearance, he is a humorist. If the observer met me, he would find a humorist and be fooled if he drew any conclusion, for I am not a religious person, but simply and solely a humorist. Religiousness A is not the specifically Christian religiousness. It is the dialectic of inward deepening, the relation to an eternal happiness that is not conditioned by a something, but is the dialectical inward deepening of the relation, conditioned only by the inward deepening. Religiousness B, paradoxical religiousness, makes conditions in such a way that the conditions are not dialectical concentrations of inward deepening, but a definite something that qualifies the eternal happiness more specifically. Not by qualifying more specifically the individual's appropriation, but by qualifying more specifically the eternal happiness, as paradoxically repelling and giving rise to new pathos. Religiousness A must first be present before there can be awareness of dialectical B. When the individual in the most decisive expression of existential pathos relates himself to an eternal happiness, Then the dialectical, in second place, thrusts him down into the pathos of the absurd. It is foolish if a person without pathos wants to relate himself to the essentially Christian. Religiousness, can be present in paganism, and in Christianity, it can be the religiousness of everyone who is not decisively Christian, whether baptized or not. To become a cheap edition of a Christian in all comfort is much easier. After all, he is baptized, has received a Bible and a hymn book. Is he not then an evangelical Lutheran Christian? In my opinion, religiousness, within the boundaries of which I have my existence, is so strenuous that there is always a sufficient task in it. The upbuilding in religiousness, is that of immanence, the annihilation in which the individual sets himself aside in order to find God, since it is the individual himself who is the hindrance. The upbuilding is distinguishable by the negative, by the self-annihilation that finds the relationship with God within itself. Aesthetically, the sacred resting place of the upbuilding is outside the individual. In the ethical religious sphere, the individual himself is the place, if he has annihilated himself. In religiousness, the upbuilding is something outside the individual. He does not find the upbuilding by finding the relationship with God within himself, but relates himself to something outside himself in order to find the upbuilding. The paradox is that this apparently aesthetic relationship is nevertheless to be the absolute relationship with God, because an immanence God is neither a something nor outside the individual. The paradoxical upbuilding corresponds to the category of God in time as an individual human being. That this cannot be thought is precisely the paradox. If the individual is undialectical and has his dialectic outside himself, we have the aesthetic. If dialectically turned inward in self-assertion without the ultimate foundation becoming dialectical, we have the ethical. If defined as dialectically turned inward in self-annihilation before God, we have religiousness. If paradoxical dialectical, every remnant of original immanence annihilated, all connection cut away, the individual at the edge of existence, then the paradoxical religious. This paradoxical inwardness is the greatest possible, because even the most dialectical qualification within immanence has a possibility of escape into the eternal behind it. The break makes the inwardness the greatest possible. Immediacy finds no contradiction in existing. The ethical finds contradiction within self-assertion. Religiousness, comprehends contradiction as suffering in self-annihilation within immanence. The paradoxical religious breaks with immanence and makes existing the absolute contradiction in opposition to immanence. There is no immanental underlying kinship between the temporal and the eternal, because the eternal itself has entered into time and wants to establish kinship there. With regard to the essential truth, a direct relation between spirit and spirit is unthinkable. If God wants to reveal himself by taking the form of a man 12 feet tall, the party-goer becomes aware. But since God is unwilling to deceive, the spiritual relation requires that there be nothing remarkable about his form. In paganism, the direct relation is idolatry. In Christianity, everyone knows God cannot manifest himself that way. But this knowledge is not inwardness, and a rote knower can become utterly without God in the world. Just as important as the truth, and of the two the even more important one, is the mode in which the truth is accepted. All persuasion, bargaining, direct attraction by one's own person, weeping over humankind, enthusiasm, is a misunderstanding, a forgery by which one helps people to acquire a semblance of truth. Socrates was a teacher of the ethical aware that there is no direct relation between teacher and learner, because inwardness is truth, and inwardness in the two is precisely the path away from each other. Religiousness, immanental inward deepening, self-annihilation before God, upbuilding within, possible in paganism, Climacus's own boundary. Religiousness paradoxical. Condition is a definite something. God in time as individual, upbuilding outside the individual, pathos of the absurd. Humor/irony, Confinia, irony as ethical incognito, humor as religious incognito, humorist not yet religious. Quote, religiousness, is the dialectic of inward deepening. It is the relation to an eternal happiness that is not conditioned by a something, but is the dialectical inward deepening of the relation. Religiousness B, as it will be called from now on, or paradoxical religiousness, makes conditions in such a way that the conditions are not the dialectical concentrations of inward deepening, but a definite something that qualifies the eternal happiness more specifically as paradoxically repelling and giving rise to new pathos. Quote, in religiousness B, the upbuilding is something outside the individual. The individual does not find the upbuilding by finding the relationship with God within himself, but relates himself to something outside himself in order to find the upbuilding. The paradoxical upbuilding, therefore, corresponds to the category of God in time as an individual human being. That this cannot be thought is precisely the paradox. Quote, there are three existence spheres: the aesthetic, the ethical, the religious. To these there is a respectively corresponding confinium. Irony is the confinium between the aesthetic and the ethical. Humor is the confinium between the ethical and the religious. Understanding with the reader, a first and last explanation. The undersigned, Johannes Climacus, does not make out that he is a Christian. He is completely preoccupied with how difficult it must be to become one. Even less is he one who, after having been a Christian, ceases to be that by going further. He is a humorist. In the isolation of the imaginary construction, the whole book is about myself, simply and solely about myself. I, Johannes Climacus, now 30 years old, born in Copenhagen, a plain, ordinary human being, have heard that there is a highest good called an eternal happiness, and that Christianity conditions this upon a person's relation to it. I now ask, how do I become a Christian? The postscript ends where that task begins, not with paragraphs of truth, but with infinite concern. Make difficulties, do not ease spiritual existence into railroads and systems. The leap remains. Religiousness, A and B remain. Subjectivity as truth remains the watchword against the age's easiness. Then, for the sake of form and order, a first and last explanation is added in unnumbered pages. Kierkegaard acknowledges that he is, as is said, the author of the pseudonymous works, either / or Victor Eremita, Fear and Trembling, Johannes de Silentio, Repetition, Constantine Constantius, The Concept of Anxiety, Vigilius Hoffniensis, Prefaces, Nicholas Notabene, Philosophical Fragments, Johannes Climacus, Stages on Life's Way, Hilarious Bookbinder. Concluding postscript, Johannes Climacus. Pseudonymity has not had an accidental basis in his person, but an essential basis in the production itself, which poetically required an indiscriminateness with regard to good and evil, broken-heartedness and gaiety, that no factually actual person dares to allow himself in the moral limitations of actuality. What has been written is his, but only insofar as by audible lines he has placed the life view of the creating, poetically actual individuality in his mouth. He is impersonally or personally in the third person a souffleur, who has poetically produced the authors. In the pseudonymous books, there is not a single word by him. He has no opinion about them except as a third party, no knowledge of their meaning except as a reader. A single word by him personally in his own name would be an arrogating self-forgetfulness that would essentially annihilate the pseudonymous authors. In either / or he is just as little Victor Eremita as the seducer or the judge. In Fear and Trembling, just as little Johannes de Silentio as the knight of faith. Legal and literary responsibility is his. Yet if anyone quotes a passage, the wish and prayer is that he cite the respective pseudonymous author's name, not Kierkegaard's. The passage femininely belonging to the pseudonym, the responsibility civilly to him. He gives thanks to governance, who encouraged the endeavor over 4 1/4 years. The honorarium has been rather Socratic. He calls to mind in recollecting gratitude his deceased father. He takes leave of the pseudonymous authors with doubtful good wishes. They could not expect or desire many readers. Would that they might happily find the few desirable readers. Of his reader, he requests a forgetful remembrance, reminded of him as irrelevant to the books. The importance of the pseudonyms does not consist in making any new proposal or founding a new party and wanting to go further, but precisely in the opposite, in wanting to have no importance, in wanting, at a remove that is the distance of double reflection, once again to read through solo, if possible in a more inward way, the original text of individual human existence relationships, the old familiar text handed down from the fathers. Oh, would that no ordinary seaman will lay a dialectical hand on this work, but let it stand as it now stands. He signs from Copenhagen, February 1846. Make difficulties everywhere. That was the cigar thought in Fredericksburg Gardens, and leave the work standing without the ordinary seaman's dialectical hand. The humorist who is not a Christian yet has spoken. The task of becoming one remains the infinite concern of the whole postscript still. Climacus the humorist, not a Christian, asks how to become one. Book as imaginary construction about himself alone. Souffleur, pseudonymity essential to production. No private word in the pseudonymous books. Cite the pseudonym. Responsibility civilly to SK. No going further. Wanting no importance. Reading again the old familiar text of existence relationships. Quote, the undersigned, Johannes Climacus, who has written this book, does not make out that he is a Christian, for he is, to be sure, completely preoccupied with how difficult it must be to become one. In the isolation of the imaginary construction, the whole book is about myself, simply and solely about myself. I now ask, how do I become a Christian? Quote, thus in the pseudonymous books, there is not a single word by me. I have no opinion about them except as a third party, no knowledge of their meaning except as a reader, not the remotest private relation to them, since it is impossible to have that to a doubly reflected communication. Quote, their importance consists precisely in the opposite, in wanting to have no importance, in wanting, at a remove that is the distance of double reflection, once again to read through solo, if possible in a more inward way, the original text of individual human existence relationships, the old familiar text handed down from the fathers. The activity of a traveling aesthetician. Although New Year's Day callers extend their courtesy calls a week, our enterprising man of letters, Mr. P. L. Mahler plays the New Year's well-wisher the whole season, gathering donations for his splendid New Year's gift Gia, even traveling out in the country. He visits Professor Hotch in Sorrow, is received with Danish hospitality, helps himself to the dishes, and is so voracious that he takes along the whole conversation and has it printed. Thus the repast is more than paid for, clear profit. No sponging traveling salesman travels so lucratively. In that conversation, my writing became a subject. My contribution is figurative, for everything he says is not only confusion, but abounds in factual untruths. I am unable to say it is my book he is talking about, except insofar as he mentions its title and reminds me of its prophetic motto. Such works are mirrors. When an ape looks in, no apostle can look out. Lichtenberg. The confusion is amusing. An imaginative constructor says, in order to become properly aware of what is decisive in the religious existence categories, I shall imaginatively construct a character who lives in a final approximation of madness, but tends toward the religious, to study normality by means of the passion of deviation. The difficulty is to keep him at the terminal point where it never becomes madness, but is constantly on the brink. Now comes Mr. P. L. Mahler's charge. It is almost insanity, the preliminary stage of madness. Reply. Absolutely right. That is precisely the difficulty of the task. The charge is an acknowledgement. After dinner he attacks what was intended, and his attack is the defense. Welcome. I refuse to discuss the imaginary construction's dialectic with Mr. P. L. Mahler. We too talk about the trip to Sorrow, the stagecoach, the meals and drinks, packasses, and other popular subjects that do not exceed his powers of comprehension. The real reader will discover that what I have written here is of a different nature. Would that I might only get into the Corsairs soon. It is hard for a poor author to be so singled out that he is the only one not abused there. Hilarious bookbinder has been flattered. Victor Eremita immortalized in the Corsair. And yet I have already been there for UBP L. Mahler, IBI the Corsair. Our vagabond ends his visit to sorrow with one of those loathsome Corsair attacks on peaceable, respectable men. Frater Taciturnus, chief of Part 3 of Stages on Life's Way. Imaginary construction. Charge of bordering on insanity equals acknowledgement of the task's difficulty. UBP L. Mahler, IBI the Corsair. Challenge to the misuse of the comic as characterless envy. Quote, would that I might only get into the Corsair soon. It is really hard for a poor author to be so singled out in Danish literature that he, assuming that we pseudonyms are one, is the only one who is not abused there. And yet, I have already been there for Ubi Spiritus, IBI Ecclesia. Ubi Peel, Mahler, IBI the Corsair. Quote, such works are mirrors. When an ape looks in, no apostle can look out. Lichtenberg. 2 ages. Having concluded the authorship with postscript, I would put down what I had to say in reviews, developing ideas from some books so as still to avoid becoming an author. The literary review of Thomasine Gillenborg's 2 Ages becomes that vessel. The age of revolution against the present age, and the present age's diagnosis outgrows the novel into a forensic of the generation. The age of revolution is essentially passionate. Therefore, it has not nullified the principle of contradiction and can become either good or evil. Decision is the little magic word that existence respects. The present age is characterized by disintegration, the dissolution of organic social structures, leveling generated by envy, the nullification of contradiction, and domination by the media, and a formless abstract public. The present age is essentially a sensible, reflecting age, devoid of passion, flaring up in superficial, short-lived enthusiasm and prudentially relaxing in indolence. In contrast to the age of revolution, which took action, the present age is an age of publicity. Nothing happens, but still there is instant publicity. An insurrection is unimaginable. A political virtuoso would issue invitations to a general meeting to decide on a revolution, worded so cautiously the censor must let it pass, and create the illusion that they had made a revolution, so everyone goes home having passed a pleasant evening. A scientific virtuoso casually outlines a few features of a comprehensive system, so the reader of the prospectus gets the impression he has already read the system. Every second theological graduate has enough virtuosity to found a social institution with no less a goal than to save all who are lost, while a penetrating religious renunciation adhered to in daily self-denial would be inconceivable. The age of great and good actions is past. The present age is the age of anticipation. Action and decision are as scarce as the fun of swimming dangerously for those who swim in shallow water. Decision lies in existence and shouts to the youth not yet enervated by reflection. Come on out, jump in boldly. That a person stands or falls on his actions is becoming obsolete. Everybody sits around and bungles through with reflection, declaring they all know very well what has to be done. Yet what they understand brilliantly in the form of reflection, they would be utterly unable to understand in the form of action. If someone did something about what others said ought to be done, everybody would be taken aback, find it rash, and as soon as they started thinking would realize it was just what should have been done. Ultimately, the tension of reflection establishes itself as a principle. As enthusiasm is the unifying principle in a passionate age, so envy becomes the negatively unifying principle in a passionless and very reflective age. Reflection's envy in the individual frustrates an impassioned decision. If he is on the verge, the reflective opposition of his associates stops him. The individual must first break out of the prison in which his own reflection holds him, and if he succeeds, he still stands in the vast penitentiary built by the reflection of his associates, broken only by religious inwardness. Envy, in the process of establishing itself, takes the form of leveling, whereas a passionate age accelerates, raises up and overthrows. A reflective, apathetic age stifles and impedes, it levels. Leveling is a quiet, mathematical, abstract enterprise. At its peak, it is like a deathly stillness in which a person can hear himself breathe, in which nothing can rise up but everything sinks down, impotent. No particular individual can take the lead in leveling, for then he would become the commander and escape it. Leveling is an abstract power and is abstraction's victory over individuals, reflection's correlative to fate in antiquity. The dialectic of the present age is oriented to equality, and its most logical implementation, albeit abortive, is leveling, the negative unity of the negative mutual reciprocity of individuals. The coinage standard has changed. About so and so many human beings uniformly make one individual, get the proper number, and one has significance. No particular individual will halt the abstraction of leveling. The age of heroes is past. No assemblage will halt it, for in reflection the assemblage itself is in the service of leveling. Yet by means of it every individual, each one separately, may be religiously educated, help to acquire the essentiality of the religious by means of the examen rigorosum of leveling. The leveling must go in, just as offense must needs come into the world, but woe unto him by whom it comes. Reflection is a snare in which one is trapped, but in and through the inspired leap of religiousness the situation changes, and it is the snare that catapults one into the embrace of the eternal. Reflection cannot, by the eternal life view of the essentially religious. For leveling really to take place, a phantom must first be raised, the spirit of leveling, a monstrous abstraction, an all-encompassing something that is nothing, a mirage, and this phantom is the public. Only in a passionless but reflective age can this phantom develop with the aid of the press, when the press itself becomes a phantom. There is no such thing as a public in spirited, passionate times. There are parties and concretion. The public is the actual master of leveling, a monstrous nonentity. What is it, a chatter? It is the annulment of the passionate disjunction between being silent and speaking. Only the person who can remain essentially silent can speak essentially, can act essentially. Silence is inwardness. Chattering dreads the moment of silence, which would reveal the emptiness. It is very doubtful that the age will be saved by the idea of sociality, of community. The principle of association is not affirmative but negative, an evasion, a dissipation, an illusion. As it strengthens individuals by numbers, it vitiates them from the ethical point of view. Not until the single individual has established an ethical stance despite the whole world can there be any question of genuinely uniting. 25 signatures to the silliest notion is an opinion. The most cogent opinion of the most eminent mind is a paradox. Public opinion is an inorganic something, an abstraction. We do not want to abolish the monarchy, but if little by little we could get it transformed into make-believe, we would gladly shout hurrah for the king. We are willing to keep Christian terminology, but privately know that nothing decisive is supposed to be meant by it. And we will not be repentant, for after all we are not demolishing anything. In an era of negativity, the authentic ironist is the hidden enthusiast, self-sacrificing, for that grand master of irony ended by being punished with death. The men of excellence will be, without authority, unrecognizable like plainclothes policemen, concealing their distinctions and giving support only negatively by repulsion, while the infinite uniformity of abstraction judges every individual in his isolation, in order to save every single individual religiously. Present age, reflecting, devoid of passion, publicity without action, anticipation, envy as negative unity, leveling. The public, phantom of leveling via the press, monstrous nonentity, chatter versus silence. Rescue, only through the essentiality of the religious in the particular individual. Leap of religiousness out of reflection's snare. Quote, the present age is essentially a sensible, reflecting age, devoid of passion, flaring up in superficial, short-lived enthusiasm and prudentially relaxing in indolence. Quote, envy in the process of establishing itself takes the form of leveling, and whereas a passionate age accelerates, raises up and overthrows, elevates and debases. A reflective, apathetic age does the opposite. It stifles and impedes, it levels. At its peak, leveling is like a deathly stillness in which a person can hear himself breathe, a deathly stillness in which nothing can rise up, but everything sinks down into it, impotent. Quote, reflection is a snare in which one is trapped, but in and through the inspired leap of religiousness the situation changes, and it is the snare that catapults one into the embrace of the eternal. Upbuilding discourses in various spirits. This little book seeks that single individual to whom it gives itself wholly, by whom it wishes to be received as if it had arisen in his own heart. That single individual whom I with joy and gratitude call my reader, who willingly reads slowly, repeatedly, and aloud for his own sake. When a woman works a cloth for sacred use, she makes every flower as beautiful as possible. But when the cloth is finished and placed according to its sacred purpose, she is deeply distressed if anyone mistakes her artistry for the meaning of the cloth. She could not work the sacred meaning into the cloth. The meaning is in the beholder's understanding when, faced with himself, he has infinitely forgotten the needlewoman and her part. S.K. On the occasion of a confession, we speak on this theme. Purity of heart is to will one thing. Basing the meditation on James 4 verse 8, cleanse your hands, you sinners, and purify your hearts, you double-minded. Only the pure in heart are able to see God. The person who in truth wills only one thing can will only the good, and who wills only one thing when he wills the good can will only the good in truth. If it is to be possible for a person to will one thing, he must will the good. To will one thing cannot mean to will something that only seemingly is one thing. The worldly in its essence is not one thing. Its so-called unity is an emptiness that the multiplicity conceals. What else is desire in its boundless extreme but nausea? What else is earthly honor at its dizzy summit but contempt for existence? What else is the superabundance of wealth but poverty? What else is worldly power but dependence? What slave in chains was as unfree as a tyrant? The worldly is multifarious. In life it is changed into its opposite, in death into nothing, in eternity into a curse upon the person who has willed this one thing. Only the good is one thing in its essence and the same in every one of its expressions. An earthly and diabolical wisdom proclaims, he must will one thing, regardless of whether it is good or evil. Therein lies a person's greatness. Holy Scripture teaches that sin is a human being's corruption and deliverance is only in purity through willing the good. That other wisdom distorts this into tempting perdition. Weakness is misfortune. Strength is the only deliverance. However desperately such a person seems to will one thing, he is nevertheless double-minded, the slave of sin, under constraint. In truth, to will one thing can therefore mean only to will the good, because any other one thing is not a one thing, and the person willing only that must be double-minded, because the one who craves becomes like that which he craves. Evil, just like evil people, is at odds with itself, divided in itself. Even if the good man lived in an out-of-the-way place and never saw anyone else, he is still at one with himself, and at one with all, because he wills one thing and because the good is one thing. Sometimes erotic love or enthusiasm for a specific endeavor has helped a person along the right road. He faithfully willed only one thing, and little by little was transformed into willing one thing in truth by willing the good. All roads lead to the good if a person in truth wills only one thing. But the danger is that the person in love and the enthusiast swing off to the great instead of being led to the good. The good is truly the great, but the great is not always the good. God in heaven is not like the folly of a young girl. He does not reward the great with admiration, but the reward of the good person is to dare to worship in truth. Purity of heart, to will one thing, and that one thing only the good. Double-mindedness, willing the worldly one thing, or willing one thing, whether good or evil, both divided against themselves. Quote, it seeks that single individual, to whom it gives itself wholly, by whom it wishes to be received as if it had arisen in his own heart, that single individual whom I with joy and gratitude call my reader, that single individual who willingly reads slowly, reads repeatedly, and who reads aloud for his own sake. Quote, in truth, to will one thing can therefore mean only to will the good, because any other one thing is not a one thing, and the person willing who wills only that must therefore be double-minded, because the one who craves becomes like that which he craves. Works of love. These Christian deliberations are not about love as a mood already understood, but about works of love, fruit of much deliberation, to be understood slowly. That single individual who first deliberates with himself whether he will read, if he then chooses to read, will lovingly weigh difficulty and ease so that what is essentially Christian is not presented with false weight. They do not add up all love's works once and for all. Something essentially inexhaustible is in its smallest work essentially indescribable, because essentially it is totally present everywhere. How could one speak properly about love if you were forgotten, God of love, source of all love? If you were forgotten, Savior who gave yourself? If you were forgotten, Spirit who remind us to love as we are loved and the neighbor as ourselves? In heaven no work can be pleasing unless it is a work of love, sincere in self-renunciation, a need in love itself, and for that very reason without claim of meritoriousness. You shall love. Matthew 22, verse 39. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. The text contains a presupposition that, although it comes last, is the beginning, that every person loves himself. Christianity does not begin without presuppositions, nor with a flattering one. It presupposes this, and then wrests self-love away. When it is said, as yourself, the commandment, as with a pick, wrenches open the lock of self-love and wrests it away. This, as yourself, does not vacillate. Judging with the unshakableness of eternity, it penetrates into the innermost hiding place where a person loves himself and leaves self-love not the slightest excuse. Long addresses on how to love the neighbor could be delivered, and self-love would still hit upon escapes because something had not been exhausted. But this as yourself wraps itself around self-love as no wrestler wraps himself around his opponent. Christianity decides it all with one blow. It presupposes that a person loves himself and adds only the phrase about the neighbor as yourself. And yet there is the change of eternity between the former and the latter. Would it not be possible to love a person more than oneself? The poets celebrate that soaring. But Christianity knows far better than any poet what love is, and therefore knows what escapes the poets, that the love they celebrate is secretly self-love, and that precisely by this its intoxicated expression, to love another more than oneself, can be explained. Erotic love is still not the eternal. It is the beautiful dizziness of infinity. Its highest expression is the foolhardiness of riddles. Even to love a person more than God, which pleases the poet and is blasphemy to Christianity. The same holds of friendship. Both are based on preference, to love this one above all others, in contrast to all others. The Christian doctrine is to love the neighbor, the whole human race, all people, even the enemy, and not to make exceptions, neither of preference nor of aversion. There is only one whom a person can, with the truth of eternity, love more than himself, God. Therefore it does not say, you shall love God as yourself, but with all your heart and all your soul and all your mind. A human being you shall only, but this is indeed the highest, love as yourself. If the most cunning deceiver asks, how shall I love my neighbor? The commandment invariably repeats the brief phrase, as yourself. The only escape is the Pharisees, to cast doubt on who one's neighbor is, in order to get him out of one's life. Who is one's neighbor? The word is derived from nearest, yet not in the sense of preferential love, since to love someone nearer in preferential love is self-love. The neighbor is nearer to you than anyone else, but not nearer than you are to yourself. He is just as near, or he ought to be. The concept neighbor is the redoubling of your own self, The neighbor is what thinkers call the other, that by which the selfishness and self-love is to be tested. As far as thought is concerned, the neighbor does not even need to exist. If someone on a desert island mentally conformed to this commandment, by renouncing self-love, he could be said to love the neighbor. Neighbor means all people, and yet in another sense, one person is enough to practice the law. After the parable of the merciful Samaritan, Christ turns the question, which of these three was the neighbor to the man who fell among robbers? The Pharisee answers correctly, the one who showed mercy. By acknowledging your duty, you easily discover who your neighbor is. Christ does not speak about knowing the neighbor, but about becoming a neighbor oneself, about showing oneself to be a neighbor just as the Samaritan showed it by his mercy. To choose a beloved, to find a friend, yes, this is complicated, but one's neighbor is easy to recognize if only one will personally acknowledge one's duty. If the commandment is properly understood, it also says the opposite. You shall love yourself in the right way. To love yourself in the right way and to love the neighbor correspond perfectly. Fundamentally, they are one and the same. When the laws as yourself has wrested from you, the self-love Christianity must presuppose, then you have actually learned to love yourself. Whoever wastes himself in futile pursuits, throws himself into the folly of the moment, desires to be rid of life, surrenders to despair because the world left him, or self-tormentingly tortures himself for God's service. His fault is not loving himself in the right way. The most dangerous traitor of all is the one every person has within himself. And now the phrase you shall, only when it is a duty to love. Only then is love eternally secured against every change, eternally made free in blessed independence, eternally and happily secured against despair. Spontaneous love swears fidelity, but by what? It does not swear by something higher than itself. It gives itself the significance by which it swears by something lower, and the poet is their priest who does not discover this either. They swear to love forever, yet swear by their love instead of swearing love by eternity. Eternity is the higher. If one is to swear by eternity, one swears by the duty that one shall love. Spontaneous love has, in the sense of beautiful imagination, the eternal in itself, but it is not consciously grounded upon the eternal and thus can be changed. That which merely exists continually has change outside itself. When it is a duty to love, no test is needed and no insulting foolhardiness of wanting to test. Love is higher than any test. Testing is always related to possibility. If someone wanted to test whether he has faith, he prevents himself from attaining faith. For you shall believe. When one shall, it is eternally decided. When you understand that you shall love, your love is eternally secured. Spontaneous love can be changed within itself into hate. Hate is a love that has become its opposite, still aflame as the flame of hate. True love that has undergone the change of eternity by becoming duty never hates the beloved. Spontaneous love can become the sickness of jealousy. Zeal for becoming sick. The jealous person focuses every beam of the beloved's love through the burning glass of jealousy upon his own love and slowly burns up. Duty's love does not love by way of comparison. It loves. Spontaneous love can be dissipated in the lukewarmness of habit. Of all enemies the most cunning, that never lets itself be seen. Only eternity's you shall can save you from habit. Only when it is a duty to love is love eternally free in blessed independence. It does not confuse love with possessing the beloved. It has the law for its existence in the relation of love itself to the eternal. When another says, I cannot love you any longer, the proud answer, then I can also stop, is dependence. The humble answer, in that case I shall still continue to love you, is eternally free in blessed independence. And only when it is a duty to love is love secured against despair. Spontaneous love loves with the power of despair, more than itself, more than God. Despair is not the loss of the beloved. Despair is the lack of the eternal. The commandment forbids loving in a way that is not commanded. You shall love, and preserve yourself. You shall slash as yourself. Commanded love rests self-love. Proper self-love and neighbor love are one. Duty secures love against change, habit, and despair. Preferential love. Erotic love and friendship celebrate preference and are secretly self-love. Only God is loved more than oneself. Quote, only when it is a duty to love. Only then is love eternally secured against every change, eternally made free in blessed independence, eternally and happily secured against despair. Quote, Christianity presupposes that a person loves himself and then adds to this only the phrase about the neighbor as yourself. And yet there is the change of eternity between the former and the latter. You shall love a neighbor. Go, then, and do this. Take away dissimilarity and its similarity so that you can love the neighbor. Take away the distinction of preferential love, but you are not to cease loving the beloved. If to love the neighbor you had to give up loving those for whom you have preference, neighbor would be the greatest deception. It is only preferential love that should be taken away, and yet not introduced into the relation to the neighbor, so that with twisted preference you love the neighbor in contrast to the beloved. Husband, do not lead your wife into the temptation of forgetting the neighbor because of you. Wife, do not lead your husband into this temptation. In erotic love and friendship, preserve love for the neighbor. Love the beloved faithfully and tenderly, but let love for the neighbor be the sanctifying element in your union's covenant with God. Death abolishes all dissimilarities, but preference is always related to dissimilarities. Only love for the neighbor truly leads to life. Insofar as you love the beloved or the friend, you are not like God, for whom there is no preference and no distinction. But when you love the neighbor, then you are like God. Whatever your fate in erotic love and friendship, lack, loss, solitude, the highest still remains. Love the neighbor. Him you can unconditionally always find. Him you can never lose. Whatever the neighbor does to you, you can never lose him, because it is not the neighbor who holds you fast, but your love that holds the neighbor fast. Death cannot deprive you of the neighbor, for if it takes one, life immediately gives you another. In loving the neighbor, you hold together with God. Love for the neighbor has the perfections of eternity. Is it really a perfection in the love that its object is the excellent, the distinguished, the unique? That would be a perfection in the object and a subtle misgiving about the perfection of the love. If it were love's excellence to love the extraordinary, God would be in an awkward position, since for him the extraordinary does not exist at all. Look at the world like a play. Every individual represents something particular, but essentially he is something else. When at death the curtain falls, they are all one, human beings. The theater of art is under a magic spell. Suppose actors became confused and thought they actually were what they represented, the spell of an evil spirit. So also under the spell of actuality, we grow together with dissimilarity until death must use force to tear it from us. Christianity has not wanted to storm forth to abolish dissimilarity, neither of distinction nor of lowliness. It wants the dissimilarity to hang loosely on the individual, as loosely as the cape the king casts off, so that in each individual there continually glimmers that essential other common to all, the eternal resemblance, the likeness. Then wherever you turned your eye you would see the neighbor. No human being is the neighbor in the sense of exceptionality. Every human being is the neighbor. In being king, beggar, rich, poor, male, female, we are different. In being the neighbor, we are unconditionally alike. Dissimilarity is temporality's method of confusing. The neighbor is eternity's mark on every human being, the common watermark seen only by means of eternity's light. When it is a duty in loving to love the people we see, there is no limit to love. Love must be limitless, unchanged no matter how the object becomes changed. Root out equivocation and fastidiousness, so that in earnestness and truth you love them as they are, and take hold of the task, to find the once given or chosen object lovable. Do not drag testing into the relationship. That is treachery, the most dangerous faithlessness that continually leaves it vague whether one is bound. The two are to hold together all the more firmly to remove weakness. When the defect makes the relationship more inward in order to conquer it, then you love the person you see. Soft sorrow over the beloved's imperfections can be hypocritical sensuality. Healthy love is designed for loving the more imperfect persons, the people we see. Neighbor versus preference. Preference is self-love's snare. Neighbor love is likeness to God and cannot be lost. Dissimilarity as costume. Earthly difference hangs loosely. The neighbor is eternity's watermark on every human being. Quote, "When you love the neighbor, then you are like God. In being king, beggar, rich man, poor man, male, female, etc., we are not like each other. Therein we are indeed different. But in being the neighbor, we are all unconditionally like each other." Quote, "When it is a duty in loving to love the people we see, there is no limit to love. If the duty is to be fulfilled, love must be limitless. It is unchanged, no matter how the object becomes changed." Love builds up. 1 Corinthians 8 verse 1. But love builds up. All human speech about the spiritual is essentially metaphorical, carried over. The spiritual person and the sensate psychical person say the same words. Yet there is an infinite difference. The latter has no intimation of the secret of the metaphorical. One of Scripture's metaphorical phrases is to build up. It is already upbuilding to see how Scripture does not weary of this simple phrase, how it renews the thought in the same words. To build up is formed from to build and the adverb up, which must receive the accent. Everyone who builds up does build, but not everyone who builds does build up. If a man erects a house from the ground up, we say he built up a house. To build up is to erect something from the ground up. This up indicates height inversely as depth. Scripture says of the foolish man that he built without a foundation, of the one who hears the word and does accordingly, that he dug deep. To build up without a foundation is building in the air. One speaks of building air castles, not of building them up. Is to build up, in the spiritual sense, a predicate suitable solely for love? Truly so. And this quality of building up has in turn the characteristic of being able to give itself in everything. There is nothing that cannot be done or said so that it becomes upbuilding, but whatever it is, if it is upbuilding, then love is present. Do everything for upbuilding, says the same as do everything in love. One person can do the opposite of another, but if each does the opposite in love, the opposite becomes upbuilding. There is no word in the language that in itself is upbuilding, and none that cannot become upbuilding if love is present. Every human being by his life, conduct, association, words could build up if love is really present. When we see a housewife who has many to care for know how to confer a blessing on the little, so there is enough for all, we say it is an upbuilding sight, because we see loving solicitude. When we see a large family packed into a small apartment, yet inhabiting a cozy, spacious apartment, we say it is upbuilding, because there is room where there is heart room. Wherever upbuilding is, there is love, and wherever love is, there is upbuilding. But can one human being implant love in another human being's heart? No, that is a suprahuman relationship. It is God, the Creator, who must implant love, he who himself is love. Unloving is the arrogant delusion that one wants and is able to create love in another. Therefore, the one who loves presupposes that love is in the other person's heart, and by this very presupposition builds up love in him, from the ground up, provided that in love he indeed presupposes its presence in the ground. It is easy to presuppose love where it is obviously present. Alas, love is never completely present in any human being. If someone has unlovingly discovered a fault and wants to pull out the splinter in order to build up love properly, but love builds up, to him who loves much, much is forgiven. The more perfect the loving one presupposes the love to be, the more perfect a love he loves forth. Love builds up also where, humanly speaking, love seems lacking and where it seems first necessary to tear down. The opposite of building up is tearing down. When the one who loves builds up, it is the very opposite of tearing down, because he does something to himself. He presupposes love in the other. To tear down satisfies the sensate person. To build up by conquering oneself satisfies only love. Yet this is the only way to build up. Love is to presuppose love. To have love is to presuppose love in others. To be loving is to presuppose that others are loving. Wisdom is a being for itself quality. To be wise does not mean to presuppose that others are wise. But if someone thought he was loving and also that all others were not loving, stop. Here is a contradiction in the thought itself, because to be loving is to assume that other people are loving. Love is not a being for itself quality, but a quality by which you are for others. So the deliberation goes back to its beginning. To build up is to presuppose love. To be loving is to presuppose love. Only love builds up. No human being can place the ground of love in another person's heart. Yet love is the ground, and we can build up only from the ground up. Therefore, only by presupposing love. Take love away. Then there is no one who builds up and no one who is built up. Build up from the ground up. Height as depth. Spiritually, love alone builds up. Opulsk. Love forth love by presupposing love in the other. God alone implants the ground. Quote, the one who loves presupposes that love is in the other person's heart, and by this very presupposition builds up love in him. From the ground up, provided, of course, that in love he presupposes its presence in the ground. Quote, love is to presuppose love. To have love is to presuppose love in others. To be loving is to presuppose that others are loving. Take love away. Then there is no one who builds up and no one who is built up. Christian Discourses. Part 1, Cares of the Pagans. Part 2, States of Mind in the Strife of Suffering. Part 3, Thoughts that Wound from Behind, for Upbuilding. Part 4, Discourses at the Communion on Fridays. The selection here turns 3 hinges. Lowliness without the care of lowliness. The joy that adversity is prosperity. And at the communion, that God is greater than the heart that condemns itself. The care of lowliness. Do not worry about what you will wear. The pagans seek all these things. This care the bird does not have. Sparrows are gray and yellow, but the distinction lowly/eminent does not exist for them. In their bold wheeling flight, first and last, right and left also change. When 1,000 voices sing in chorus, joy lives freely in the alternating of voices. The bird is what it is itself, is satisfied with being itself. It takes the pleasurable shortcut, it is what it is, and slips past all the cares of dissimilarity. Even the little bird swinging on a spike of wheat, amusing itself by singing. Is there the slightest trace of the care of lowliness? The lily in the ditch, teased by the wind, after the storm tossing its head to see if fair weather will come. Is there the least care of lowliness? So easy is it for bird and lily with being. They are immediately at full speed in being, not tested in that difficulty much discussed among people, the difficulty of beginning. But the lowly Christian is aware of the distinction lowly/eminent. He knows that others know he is a lowly human being. With every advantage denied him, he in a way becomes more lowly. Oh, what a difficult beginning. To exist, then to come into existence in order first to exist, a slyly concealed snare not set for any bird. It seems as if in order to begin to be oneself, one must first be finished with what the others are. But if he falls into this optical illusion, he will never become himself. He walks the road that leads to the city, away from the city. The lowly Christian does not fall into the snare. He sees with the eyes of faith, with the speed of faith that seeks God. He is at the beginning, is himself before God, is contented with being himself. He is like someone who has 2 names. In the world, he is the lowly person. Before God, he is himself. What, then, is the lowly Christian who before God is himself? He is a human being and also a Christian, which means he has become something. The bird is what it is and cannot become something. As a human being, he was created in God's image. As a Christian, he is God as the prototype. This unsettling thought, A prototype, the bird does not know. He believes that God has lived on earth, born in lowly and poor circumstances, wandered in the form of a servant, ended crucified as a criminal, and left behind a name. The lowly Christian's aspiration is only to dare in life and in death to appropriate that name. He believes the prototype chose lowly disciples and sought those the world rejected. That this life in lowliness has shown how infinitely much it can signify to be a lowly person, and how infinitely little to be an eminent person if one is not anything else. Every time he totally forgets his poverty and lowliness in faith's joy over the glory of this prototype. He sees the prototype, and then he himself looks more or less like the prototype. People see only the lowly person. It was just the same with the prototype. He believes that this prototype will bring him into kinship with God, that he is God not only as creator, but as brother. Then is this lowly Christian nevertheless something very lofty? Yes, something so lofty that one completely loses sight of the bird. The lowly pagan, however, does have this care. Without God in the world, he is never essentially himself and never satisfied with being himself. He is what the others make of him. His care is being nothing, indeed, not being at all. His concern is to become something in the world. To exist before God is not anything. He thinks to be a human being is to be nothing. To be a Christian is not anything. We all are that. But to become a counselor of justice, that would be something. He speaks as if he were not already in despair, yet despair is his care. He slaves himself to death under the weight of what he is not, overstrains himself on what he does not bear. This enormous weight, all the others, weighs upon him by dint of the idea that he is nothing. He sinks under comparison's enormous weight. Without the prospect of eternity, he lives as if condemned to live these 70 years tortured by being nothing. Compared with the lowly Christian, the bird is a child. Compared with the lowly pagan, it is a fortunate child. According to Christian doctrine, there is only one loftiness, that of being a Christian. Everything else is lowly. If one is lowly, there is only one way to loftiness, to become a Christian. Care of lowliness. Bird and lily without the distinction. The Christian himself before God with the prototype. The pagan despairs into nothing under comparison. Quote, he sees with the eyes of faith, with the speed of faith that seeks God. He is at the beginning, is himself before God, is contented with being himself. In the world, in his association with the others, he is the lowly person. But before God, he is himself. Quote, what lowly, says the bird. Let us never think about such things. One flies away from that. What lowly, says the Christian. I am a Christian. Alas, lowly, says the pagan. The joy of it, that adversity is prosperity. Adversity is prosperity. Someone hears a jest. Look at everything turn around. But is it so easy when adversity presses on the thought that should make the swing? For ownerless thought, it is easy enough. But when it is your thought and you are a sufferer, then it is the earnestness of eternity. Eternity says, this is the task. Look at everything turn around. Prosperity is what is helpful to me in reaching my goal. Adversity is what will prevent me. But what is the goal? Essentially, there are only two goals. One that a person desires to reach, and the other that he should reach, temporalities and eternities. They are opposite. Therefore, prosperity and adversity must be turned around accordingly. Only the one who has the true conception of the goal knows what adversity and prosperity are. Make the goal so important that it gains complete control over you, and you take your eyes away from the hardship. Then what leads you to the goal is prosperity, whether ordinarily called adversity or prosperity. Let's make this clear. What we call prosperity and adversity do not both lead just as well to the goal, but only, or indeed especially, what is called adversity leads to the goal. What can prevent a person from reaching eternity's goal? The temporal, and most of all when what is ordinarily called prosperity leads him to reach temporality's goal. Then he is furthest from the goal. When it is said, seek first God's kingdom, he must renounce voluntarily all the goals of temporality. The sufferer has adversity. Adversity prevents him from reaching those temporal goals. If prosperity is the deterrent that prevents one from reaching the goal, then it is good that adversity makes it difficult or impossible to be delayed. Then adversity leads one right to the goal. Imagine a person who possesses all the benefits of good fortune and is earnest enough to have directed his mind to eternity's goal. He is willing to renounce, but a despondent concern awakens, whether renunciation is only a delusion since he remains in possession. He might wish that it would all be taken away so that giving up the temporal might become earnest. Look at your situation from this point of view. You have the task of renouncing what has been denied you, whereas he has the task of renouncing what has been given. Governance has taken the responsibility upon itself. All you have to do is lend assistance to governance. Adversity is prosperity, and you do indeed have adversity. It is eternally certain. All the wiles of Satan are unable to make it doubtful. You can understand it, but perhaps you do not really have faith that it is so. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by the futile wisdom that wants to delude you into thinking it is easy to have faith, difficult to understand. As long as you do not believe it, adversity remains adversity for you. Have faith by yourself before God. If the seafarer is convinced that the wind now blowing is taking him to the goal, even if all others call it contrary wind, he calls it a fair wind. The fair wind is the wind that takes one to the goal. Adversity takes one to the goal. Therefore, adversity is prosperity. Eternity's comfort is concise. Adversity is prosperity. When eternity is brought in to the sick person, it not only cures him, but makes him healthier than the healthy. The crutches are thrown away. In all adversity, there is only one danger. If the suffering one refuses to have faith that adversity is prosperity, this is perdition. Only sin is a human being's corruption. Adversity is prosperity. Eternity's view turned around. What leads to the goal is prosperity. Belief makes it true for you. Quote, prosperity is what is helpful to me in reaching my goal, what leads me to my goal, and adversity is what will prevent me from reaching my goal. If the goal is different, is the opposite, then prosperity and adversity must also be changed accordingly. Quote, the fair wind is the wind that takes one to the goal, and prosperity is everything that takes one to the goal, and adversity takes one to the goal. Therefore, adversity is prosperity. God is greater than our hearts. 1 John 3 verse 20. Even if our hearts condemn us, God is greater than our hearts. When the Pharisees brought the woman seized in open sin and later went away shamed, Christ said, has no one condemned you? No one, Lord. Thus there is no one who condemns you here in this sanctuary. If your heart condemns you, you yourself alone must know. A heart may accuse itself without condemning itself. We do not teach heavy-minded exaggeration any more than light-minded indulgence. Yet we all whose hearts do not acquit us essentially need the same comfort, God's greatness, that He is greater than our hearts. God's greatness is in forgiving, in showing mercy, and in this He is greater than the heart that condemns itself. Here we know God differently than out there in the works of creation. God's greatness in nature is manifest. God's greatness in showing mercy is a mystery that must be believed. First an occasion for offense, and then for faith. Appended to His greatness in showing mercy is, blessed is he who is not offended. All our language about God is human language. What is true human greatness? Greatness of heart, to master oneself in love. When we form a conception of God's greatness, we must think about love that forgives, but not by comparing God to the noblest human being. The apostle does not say God is greater than the most loving human being, but greater than the heart that condemns itself. God and the human being resemble each other only inversely. You do not come closer to God by lifting your head higher and higher, but by casting yourself down ever more deeply in worship. As deep as this heart can lower itself, and yet never itself deep enough, so infinitely more elevated is God's greatness in showing mercy. Be comforted. God in heaven is greater than your own heart. Whether it was a sickness of soul that darkened your mind until in deadly anxiety you thought you had to condemn yourself, or a ton of guilt that rested upon you. God is greater. He who came to the world and died also for you, not for people as such in general. If he died for anyone in particular, then for the one, not for the 99. Just this, that Christ alone remained with the woman, signifies that there was no one who condemned her. There is only one guilt that God cannot forgive: to refuse to believe in his greatness. On the other hand, he is not greater than the worldly, frivolous heart that fatuously counts on imagined greatness in forgiving. God is just as scrupulous as he is great in showing mercy. Let us not depreciate God's greatness by wanting to make ourselves out better than we are. Neither let us insanely want to sin even more in order to make the forgiveness even greater. God greater than the heart. Comfort for the self-condemning. Greatness in mercy believed through offense. Scrupulousness with superabundance. Quote, God's greatness is in forgiving and showing mercy, and in this, his greatness, he is greater than the heart that condemns itself. God and the human being resemble each other only inversely. The broken heart that condemns itself cannot have, seeks in vain to find, an expression that is strong enough to describe its guilt. God is even greater in showing mercy. The lily in the field and the bird of the air. From a lily and the bird as teachers, let us learn silence, or learn to be silent. Surely it is speech that distinguishes humanity above the animal. But because the ability to speak is an advantage, it does not follow that the ability to be silent is not an art. Precisely because this advantage so easily tempts him, silence is a great art, and this he can learn from the silent teachers. Seek first God's kingdom and his righteousness. Shall I get a position commensurate with my talents? No, first seek God's kingdom. Shall I give all my possessions to the poor? No. Shall I go out and proclaim this doctrine? No. Then in a certain sense, it is nothing I shall do? Yes. In the deepest sense you shall make yourself nothing, become nothing before God. Learn to be silent. In this silence is the beginning, which is to seek first God's kingdom. Thus one devoutly comes backward to the beginning. The beginning is not that with which one begins, but that to which one comes, and one comes to it backward. Silence is the beginning of the fear of God. And just as the fear of God is more than the beginning of wisdom, is wisdom, so silence is more than the beginning of the fear of God, is the fear of God. In this silence, the many thoughts of wishes and desires God-fearingly fall silent. The verbosity of thanksgiving God-fearingly becomes silent. God is in heaven and the human being on earth. They can hardly converse. Only in much fear and trembling is a human being able to speak with God, and much fear and trembling makes speech fall into silence. The one who prayed with all his heart found something amazing. Gradually he had less and less to say, and finally he became completely silent, indeed, a listener. He thought that to pray is to speak. He learned that to pray is not only to be silent, but is to listen. To pray is not to listen to oneself speak, but to become silent and remain silent, to wait until the one praying hears God. Out there under God's heaven with the lily and the bird there is silence, and not only in the silent night. When day vibrates with 1,000 strings, each one separately does it so well that not one will break the solemn silence. The sea is silent even when it rages. If you listen carefully, you hear silence, because uniformity is nevertheless also silence. The bird is silent and waits. It believes everything takes place in its time and is not entitled to know the day. Therefore is silent. When the moment comes, the silent bird understands and uses it and is never disappointed. So also the lily, silent and waiting, never deceived, something that can happen only to sagacity, not to simplicity. Only by being silent does one find the moment. When one speaks, if one says merely a single word, one misses the moment. The moment comes softly, with the light step of the sudden. One must be absolutely silent to be aware that now it is here. The misfortune of the great majority is that they were never aware of the moment, because they could not be silent. The bird is silent and suffers. It exempts itself from the mistaken sympathy of others, from all the talk about the suffering, from what makes suffering into the sin of impatience and sadness. Why does human suffering seem so frightful compared with the birds? Not because the human being can speak, but because he cannot be silent. The lily stands and suffers as it withers, silent. For the lily, to suffer is to suffer, neither more nor less, and so the suffering is made as small as possible. Indefiniteness increases suffering immensely, and indefiniteness appears because of the dubious advantage of speech. This silence expresses respect for God, that it is He who rules alone. What only the gospel can teach you is that it is earnestness. You shall become as silent as the lily and the bird. The lily does not become involved with you at all. By being silent, it wants to be a sign that you are before God, so that you also in earnestness and truth might become silent before God. Silence before God. Seek first by becoming nothing. Prayer as listening. The moment only in silence. Suffering simplified by silence. Quote, he thought that to pray is to speak. He learned that to pray is not only to be silent, but is to listen. And so it is, to pray is not to listen to oneself speak, but is to become silent and to remain silent, to wait until the one praying hears God. 2 ethical religious essays. By H. A point of view rather than an element in the authorship. The selection turns on the qualitative difference between genius and apostle, immanence and transcendence, evaluation and authority, self-development and paradoxical mission. A genius and an apostle are qualitatively different. The genius can bring something new, but it vanishes in the human race's general assimilation, just as the difference genius vanishes in eternity. The apostle has something paradoxically new whose newness continually remains. An apostle remains for all eternity as apostle, and no immanence places him on the same line with all human beings. The genius is what he is by himself. An apostle is what he is by divine authority. The genius has only immanent teleology. The apostle is absolutely teleologically positioned paradoxically. Genius is immediacy, natural qualifications. The genius is born. The paradoxical of a genius is the transitory paradox of anticipation that the race will assimilate. An apostle is not born. He is called and appointed by God and sent on a mission. Prior to becoming an apostle, there is no potential possibility. Every human being is essentially equally close to becoming that. The apostolic calling stands paradoxically outside his personal identity. Perhaps a simple person was called to proclaim this new thing. The way the doctrine entered the world is qualitatively decisive. The essential paradox is the protest against immanence. A genius is evaluated aesthetically according to content and specific gravity. An apostle is what he is by having divine authority. I'm not to listen to Paul because he is brilliant, but because he has divine authority. Paul must appeal to his divine authority and through it prevent all impertinent aesthetic and philosophical observations against form and content. Doubt has placed God on the same level with geniuses, poets, and thinkers. If it is said exceptionally well, then it is God who has said it. In this manner God is smuggled away. God cannot help his emissary with physical certainty as a king can. Even the miracle is an object of faith. When people say, "Let us see if the content is divine," then we will accept that it was revealed. Both God and the apostle are cheated. The apostle is changed into an examinee. Authority is a specific quality that enters from somewhere else and qualitatively asserts itself precisely when the content is made a matter of indifference aesthetically. When someone with authority says, "Go," and someone without authority says, "Go," the utterance is identical aesthetically, but authority makes the difference. To ask whether Christ is profound is blasphemy. It contains a doubt with regard to his authority. Faith is not a transitory qualification any more than the apostle's paradoxical qualification was transitory. Between God and a human being, there is an eternal, essential qualitative difference. The paradoxical religious relation appears when God appoints a specific human being to have divine authority with regard to what God has entrusted to him. Others relate to the apostle in faith. In the sphere of immanence, authority is only transitory. King, department, father, I honor them, yet in eternity the differences vanish. But ask whether a king is a genius, and obey only then. That is high treason against authority. When Christ says, there is an eternal life, and theological graduate Peterson says the same, both statements are aesthetically equal. Yet there is an eternal qualitative difference. To ask whether Christ is profound is blasphemy. A Christian pastor must say, we have Christ's word, and with that the matter is decided, neither racking brains nor speculating, but divine authority. Doubt and disbelief have made people ashamed of submitting to authority. The sermon becomes affected when it exhorts faith on the basis of profundity. How can the apostle demonstrate authority? He has no other evidence than his own statement, and at most his willingness to suffer everything joyfully for that statement. I am called by God. Do with me what you will. My last words will be my first. If he used worldly power, he would forfeit his cause by defining his endeavor in essential identity with others. The genius has only immanent teleology. He develops himself, like the nightingale that does not demand to be heard and does not care whether anyone listens. The apostle is on a mission and has to proclaim the doctrine and use authority, like one sent with a letter who has to do with delivering it, not cogitating its contents. His sacrificial life consists essentially in this, that he, himself poor, only makes others rich. No genius has an in order to. The apostle absolutely paradoxically has an in order to. The crowd wants the genius to exist for its sake and wants also to nullify an apostle's existence. But it is not the public that is his master. It is God, and the apostle has divine authority to command both crowd and public. Genius/apostle, immanence versus transcendence, born versus called, aesthetic evaluation versus divine authority, self-development versus paradoxical in order to. Quote, a genius and an apostle are qualitatively different, are qualifications that belong each in its qualitative sphere of immanence and of transcendence. The genius is what he is by himself, that is, by what he is in himself. An apostle is what he is by his divine authority. The genius has only immanent teleology. The apostle is absolutely teleologically positioned paradoxically. Quote, authority is a specific quality that enters from somewhere else and qualitatively asserts itself precisely when the content of the statement or the act is made a matter of indifference aesthetically. The sickness unto death. I am anticlimacus. Despair is the sickness unto death, a sickness of the spirit, of the self. A human being is spirit. But what is spirit? Spirit is the self. But what is the self? The self is a relation that relates itself to itself, or is the relations relating itself to itself in the relation. The self is not the relation, but is the relations relating itself to itself. A human being is a synthesis of the infinite and the finite, of the temporal and the eternal, of freedom and necessity. But considered only as synthesis, a human being is still not a self. If the relation relates itself to itself, this relation is the positive third, and this is the self. Such a relation must either have established itself or have been established by another. The human self is a derived, established relation, a relation that relates itself to itself, and in relating itself to itself relates itself to another. Therefore, there can be two forms of despair in the strict sense. If a human self had established itself, there could be only one form, not to will to be oneself. The second form, in despair to will to be oneself, is specifically the expression for the complete dependence of the relation, the inability of the self to arrive at equilibrium and rest by itself, but only in relating itself to itself, by relating itself to that which established the entire relation. Indeed, all despair ultimately can be traced back to and resolved in this second form. The formula for the state of the self when despair is completely rooted out, in relating itself to itself and in willing to be itself, the self rests transparently in the power that established it. Is despair an excellence or a defect? Purely dialectically, both. The possibility of this sickness is man's superiority over the animal, infinite erectness or sublimity, that he is spirit. To be aware of this sickness is the Christian's superiority over the natural man. To be cured of this sickness is the Christian's blessedness. To be able to despair is an infinite advantage, and yet to be in despair is ruination. Not to be in despair must signify the destroyed possibility of being able to be in despair. If a person is truly not to be in despair, he must at every moment destroy the possibility. Despair is the misrelation in the relation of a synthesis that relates itself to itself. The synthesis is not the misrelation. In the synthesis lies the possibility of the misrelation. Despairing lies in man himself. Where does despair come from? From the relation in which the synthesis relates itself to itself, inasmuch as God, who constituted man a relation, releases it from his hand, as it were, inasmuch as the relation relates itself to itself. Death is not the end of this sickness. Death is incessantly the end. To be saved from this sickness by death is an impossibility, because the sickness and its torment, and the death, are precisely this inability to die. The despairing person wants to consume himself, and to his torment cannot. When the ambitious man whose slogan is either Caesar or nothing does not get to be Caesar, he despairs over himself because he did not get to be Caesar. What is intolerable is that he cannot get rid of himself. To despair over oneself, in despair to will to be rid of oneself. This is the formula for all despair. The other form, in despair to will to be oneself, can be traced back to the first. The self he despairingly wants to be is a self that he is not. He wants to tear his self away from the power that established it and cannot. If there were nothing eternal in a man, he could not despair at all. If despair could consume his self, then there would be no despair at all. Eternity will nail him to himself, so that his torment will still be that he cannot rid himself of his self. To have a self, to be his self, is the greatest concession given to man, but it is also eternity's claim upon him. The universality of despair. Just as a physician might say that there is not one single living human being who is completely healthy, so anyone who really knows mankind might say that there is not one single living human being who does not despair a little. No one outside Christendom has not despaired, and no one in Christendom if he is not a true Christian. The common view assumes that everyone must himself know best whether he is in despair, and thus the phenomenon seems infrequent. That one is in despair is not a rarity. It is rare, very rare, that one is in truth not in despair. Not being conscious of being in despair is precisely a form of despair. The physician of the soul is satisfied neither with a person's declaration that he is not in despair, nor with his declaration that he is. As soon as despair becomes apparent, it is manifest that the individual was in despair. Despair is a qualification of the spirit, related to the eternal. Not to be in despair can signify precisely to be in despair, and it can signify having been rescued from being in despair. Never to have sensed this indisposition is precisely to be in despair. Spiritually, both health and sickness are critical. There is no immediate health of the spirit. Even womanly youthfulness that is perfect peace and joy is nevertheless despair. Happiness is not a qualification of spirit, and deep within happiness dwells also anxiety, which is despair. It is the worst misfortune never to have had that sickness. It is a true godsend to get it, even if it is the most dangerous of illnesses if one does not want to be cured. Only that person's life was wasted who went on living so deceived that he never became decisively and eternally conscious as spirit, as self, never gained the impression that there's a God and that he himself exists before this God, an infinite benefaction never gained except through despair. Self as relation, relating itself to itself and to the power that established it, resting transparently in God. Forms of despair: not conscious of having a self, not to will to be oneself, to will to be oneself, sickness unto death as inability to die and get rid of oneself. Quote, the self is a relation that relates itself to itself, or is the relations relating itself to itself in the relation. The self is not the relation, but is the relations relating itself to itself. The formula that describes the state of the self when despair is completely rooted out is this: in relating itself to itself and in willing to be itself, the self rests transparently in the power that established it. Quote, death is not the end of the sickness, but death is incessantly the end. To be saved from this sickness by death is an impossibility, because the sickness and its torment, and the death, are precisely this inability to die. Despair is sin before God. This whole deliberation must dialectically take a new direction. The previously considered gradation in the consciousness of the self is within the category of the human self, or the self whose criterion is man. But this self takes on a new quality by being a self directly before God, the theological self. What infinite reality the self gains by becoming a human self whose criterion is God. The criterion for the self is always that directly before which it is a self. What makes sin so terrible is that it is before God. God is not some externality in the sense that a policeman is. Every sin is before God, or what really makes human guilt into sin is that the guilty one has the consciousness of existing before God. Despair is intensified in relation to the consciousness of the self. The self is intensified in relation to the criterion. Infinitely when God is the criterion. The greater the conception of God, the more self there is, the more self, the greater the conception of God. Sin is, before God in despair, not to will to be oneself, or before God in despair to will to be oneself. The opposite of sin is by no means virtue. That is a pagan view with a merely human criterion. No, the opposite of sin is faith, as it says in Romans 14, verse 23. Whatever does not proceed from faith is sin. Faith is that the self in being itself and in willing to be itself rests transparently in God. The Socratic definition, sin is ignorance, is genuinely Greek and meriting attention, but with Christianity in mind, its emptiness becomes apparent. If sin is ignorance, then sin does not exist, for sin is consciousness. Socrates lacks the will, defiance. The Greek mind was too happy, too naive, too aesthetic to grasp that anyone could knowingly not do the good. In our age, tragicomic is all this declaration of having understood the highest while lives express the opposite. Understand and understand are two different things. In the life of the Spirit, there is no standing still. If a person does not do what is right at the very second he knows it, knowing simmers down. Willing allows an interim called "we shall look at it tomorrow," and gradually ethical comprehension is eclipsed while aesthetic and metaphysical comprehension expands. Christianity begins where Socrates stops, in the transition from having understood to doing. Sin is rooted in willing, not in knowing. One has to learn what sin is by a revelation from God. Sin is not a matter of a person's not having understood what is right, but of his being unwilling to understand it, of his not willing what is right. The natural man thinks a revelation should teach heavenly things, not what sin is. He already knows how far from perfect he is. Christianity replies, no, that is what you know least of all. Therefore the definition needs completion. Sin is, after being taught by a revelation from God what sin is, before God in despair, not to will to be oneself, or in despair to will to be oneself. Despair of the forgiveness of sins is offense, the intensification of sin. The contrast throughout is sin/faith, not sin/virtue. Before God, theological self. Sin as despair before God. Opposite of sin is faith, not virtue. Socratic ignorance lacks defiance and revelation. Quote, sin is, before God in despair, not to will to be oneself, or before God in despair to will to be oneself. Faith is that the self in being itself and in willing to be itself rests transparently in God. The opposite of sin is not virtue, but faith. Practice in Christianity. I am anticlimacus, S.K. Edits and understands what is said is spoken to him alone, so that he might learn not only to resort to grace, but to resort to it in relation to the use of grace. The requirement for being a Christian is forced up to a supreme ideality. From the Christian point of view, there ought to be no scaling down of the requirement, nor suppression of it, instead of a personal admission and confession. Just as faith is an altogether distinctively Christian term, so is offense. The possibility of offense is the crossroad. From it one turns either to offense or to faith, but one never comes to faith except from the possibility of offense. Essentially, offense is related to the God-man. Speculation thinks it can comprehend the God-man by taking away temporality, contemporaneity, and actuality, performing tricks. The God-man is not the union of God and man. The God-man is the unity of God and an individual human being. That the human race is in kinship with God is ancient paganism. That an individual human being is God is Christianity. Offense in the eminent sense has two forms. In relation to the loftiness that an individual human being claims to be God, or in relation to the lowliness that the one who is God is this lowly human being. In the one case, man is presupposed, and the offense is at God. In the second, God is presupposed, and the offense is at man. No relation to the God-man is possible without beginning with the situation of contemporaneity. Imagine showing a child pictures of heroes, Napoleon, William Tell, and then a picture of one crucified. The child feels uncomfortable among the lovely pictures. Then tell him this crucified one is the Savior of the world, the most loving person who ever lived, betrayed, denied, mocked, nailed to the cross while he prayed for them, while the people shouted for Barabbas and crucify. The story of suffering makes such a deep impression that the child will almost ignore the glory that followed. Gradually the child becomes passionate, childishly resolved to slay those ungodly people, forgetting that it was over 1,800 years ago. Lord Jesus Christ, you did not come to be admired. You asked only for imitators. Wake us from the error of wanting to admire you instead of wanting to follow you and be like you. In Christendom, the sermon has become mainly observations. By observing, I go into the object and leave myself, cease to be subjective. Christian truth cannot really be the object of observations. It has its own eyes with which to see. It is Christian truth that is observing me, whether I am doing what it says. It is a risk to preach. One invisible listener more, God in heaven, looks to see whether my life expresses what I am saying. The proclaimer of Christian truth steps forward to be himself, be true, or at least honest enough to confess that he is not that. Little by little, the pastor drew his eyes back into himself. He ceased to be an I and became the cause. Observation guarantees that it will not become personal remarks. When this I dropped out, the you also was abolished. This fundamental change is the expression for the change that took place with the church triumphant, that ordinarily Christ at most acquired admirers and not imitators. An imitator is or strives to be what he admires. An admirer keeps himself personally detached and does not discover that what is admired involves a claim upon him. If Christ exists for us only in loftiness, he could require only admirers, but the correlative of abasement and lowliness is imitators. Christ continually uses the expression imitators. He never asks for admirers. He came to be the prototype, to leave footprints. That is why he let himself be born in lowliness and lived poor, despised, abased. No human being has lived so abased as he. The prototype must in one sense be behind people, propelling forward, while in another sense he stands ahead, beckoning. The loftiness must not be worldly, but spiritual, the negation of worldly loftiness. The lowliness must be the direct kind. If the prototype possessed earthly advantages, the race would exploit this to make a wrong turn, admire, and sneak away from the requirement. Christ was born and lived in a basement, so that it was unconditionally impossible to sneak away with excuse. In the situation of contemporaneity, there was not the least thing to admire, unless one wanted to admire poverty, misery, contempt. He had only the same conditions to offer the person who joined him, to become just as poor, despised, insulted, mocked. That is why admiration is the untrue invention of a later age, aided by loftiness. Offense/God-man. Crossroad of faith, loftiness and lowliness. Contemporaneity against speculative comprehension. Imitator versus admirer. Observations abolish the personal you and I. The abased prototype claims imitators, not detached admiration. Quote, from the possibility of offense, one turns either to offense or to faith, but one never comes to faith except from the possibility of offense. The God-man is the unity of God and an individual human being. That the human race is or is supposed to be in kinship with God is ancient paganism, but that an individual human being is God is Christianity. Quote, an imitator is or strives to be what he admires, and an admirer keeps himself personally detached, consciously or unconsciously does not discover that what is admired involves a claim upon him, to be, or at least to strive to be what is admired. 2 discourses at the communion on Fridays. An authorship that began with either/or seeks here its decisive place of rest, at the foot of the altar. I do not call myself a truth witness, only a singular kind of poet and thinker who, without authority, wanted once again to read through, more inwardly, the original text of individual human existence relationships handed down from the fathers. Turned this way, I have nothing further to add except this, which is my life's fullness and peace. Christianly, every human being, unconditionally every, is equally close to God, is loved by Him. Infinite equality. If there is difference, it is peaceableness itself. One bears in mind that he is loved, alas, not because of his virtue. Another does not think about being loved by God. Infinite divine love makes no distinctions. What if the equality between us, in which we completely resemble one another, were that none of us really thinks about as being loved? I would wish to commend these writings to the people whose language I, with filial devotion, am proud to have the honor to write. Lord Jesus Christ, you came not to judge, yet by being love that was not loved you were judgment. We call ourselves Christians. To whom shall we go when by your love the judgment falls that we love little? Luke 7 verse 47. One who is forgiven little loves little. At the communion table the invitation is come here, all you who labor. Then other words, inscription inside the door for those leaving. One who is forgiven little loves little. Invitation, then justification. If you are not aware of forgiveness, the fault is yours. You love only little. Receiving forgiveness aright is as hard as reaching the amen in prayer. Cast sins away, and even the recollection of casting them away. Usually heaviness is to shoulder burdens. Here one dares to cast away, and yet how difficult. Many go burdened and leave still burdened, even more burdened by unworthiness. Words of judgment, but also of comfort. The words say nothing about divine love becoming weary, only about mine. They do not say God has changed. If they do not say it, it is not so. Suppose you had striven to love and God had changed, then despair at once. So I bare my breast to the wounding words. You loved only little. Even you did not love at all contains something else. God is unchanged love. The words read, loves little, present tense. Justice closes accounts in the past. Love remains waiting. Blessed recurrence. When you love much, you are forgiven much. And when forgiven much, you love much. Love's second time is stronger. May this disquieting discourse disquiet only for the good, that quieted you receive forgiveness at the table. At the altar, the authorship seeks rest without claiming truth witness. Infinite equality. Every human being equally close to God, loved by Him. Difference only in whether one bears in mind that he is loved. Invitation, come here, then the inscription for those leaving. Forgiven little loves little. Cast sins away, and even the recollection of casting them away. How difficult when heaviness is the habit. Love unchanged while I change. Present tense waits. Blessed recurrence of loving and being forgiven. Blessed be the table that judges by love. Without authority/altar, authorship rests at communion. Equality is being loved by God. Forgiven little/loves little. Judgment that comforts. God unchanged. Present tense love. Quote, an authorship that began with either/or an advanced step-by-step seeks here its decisive place of rest, at the foot of the altar, where the author certainly does not call himself a truth witness, but only a singular kind of poet and thinker who, without authority, has had nothing new to bring but has wanted once again to read through, if possible in a more inward way, the original text of individual human existence relationships. Quote, one who is forgiven little loves little. The words of love, however, read, one who is forgiven little loves little. He loves little, he loves. That is, this is the way it is now at this moment. Love does not say more. Now all is changed, but not love. It is unchanged the same that lovingly has waited for him. For self-examination. My dear reader, read aloud if possible. By reading aloud, you gain the strongest impression that you have only yourself to consider, not me, who am without authority, nor others, which would be a distraction. There is a saying by that simple wise man of antiquity to whom I feel personally indebted. When an orator handed him a carefully composed defense, he gave it back. Beautiful speech, but I have reached 70. My life is too earnest for an orator's prop. I have ventured my life in the service of the God. Do not let me destroy the impression with artful orators. The thoughts I developed 20 years in the marketplace with the first person to come along. These are my life. If I say anything on the day of the verdict, a few words without preparation, relying on the God. Misjudged, you emptied the poison goblet. For over 2,000 years you have been admired. But I wonder if I have been understood? That is just it. Times are different and have different requirements. There was a time when the gospel, grace, was changed into a new law more rigorous than the old, tortured, laborious, almost as if there were no joy in heaven or on earth. They entered the monastery. It was voluntary and yet bondage. Everything had become works, corrupted by hypocrisy and the conceitedness of merit. Let us not make a previous age's error an excuse for new error. Take unhealthiness away and retain the works and honesty. Then appeared Martin Luther. With faith he established faith in its rights. His life expressed works. Let us never forget that. But he said, a person is saved by faith alone. To get faith restored, he dared shove James aside. But what happened? Secular mentality listened. Excellent. Faith alone. And we are free from all works. Long live Luther. In every human being, there is inclination either to want to be meritorious when it comes to works, or when grace is emphasized, to want to be free from works. Man says, if works, then meritorious yield. If grace, then free from works. Works and nevertheless grace is foolishness. Yes, that is Christianity. Your life should express works as strenuously as possible. Then one thing more. Humble yourself and confess. My being saved is nevertheless grace. What is required is this, that you see yourself in the mirror of the Word, not as a cultured person objectively evaluating a charming little work. King David saw Bathsheba. Uriah fell in battle. That's the way war is. Now a kingly act to marry the widow. The prophet comes with a short story about the rich man and the poor man's lamb. David listens attentively, judges impersonally, suggests a more felicitous phrase, praises the presentation, the way we cultured people judge a sermon. Then, thou art the man. The tale was a story. This was the transition to the subjective. Once a rich man bought flawless horses and drove them according to the horse's understanding. They grew dull, thin, quirky. The royal coachman drove them according to the coachman's understanding. Heads proud, fiery eyes, 30 miles without stopping. So, with us, capacity's enough, but the coachman is lacking. We have been driven according to mankind's conception of what it means to be human. We lack elevation and endurance. There was a time when the deity himself was the coachman. 12 common men, having seen their master crucified, waiting for the Spirit to proclaim a teaching that would arouse the world's hatred. They transformed the world against its will. They were driven well. O Holy Spirit, take power away from us and give life. James requires the doer of the word. Observe the mirror and you never see yourself. 30,000 readings. Authenticity disputes. Crush of opinion. The martyr's warning is for later Christendom especially. Read aloud for your own sake. Appropriation is the blessing, scholarship the delay that can become evasion. Do the word. Do not inventory the glass of the mirror until you vanish from view. Appropriation first, authenticity dispute second, or never, if scholarship is only delay. See yourself in the word. That is the whole tip, and it must be now, not after another 30,000 readings. Faith and works. Lutheran grace without cheap freedom from works. Life expressing works, salvation by grace. Thou art the man / coachman. Mirror of the word as subjective. Spirit driving, not horse understanding. Quote, Christianity's requirement is this. Your life should express works as strenuously as possible. Then one thing more is required, that you humble yourself and confess. But my being saved is nevertheless grace. Quote, Then the prophet says to him, Thou art the man. See, the tale the prophet told was a story, but this thou art the man. This was another story. This was the transition to the subjective. Judge for yourself. There is a higher godly understanding we learn from the bird. When man sows and reaps, it is indeed God who works. Think of little Ludwig grown adult. He understands it was his mother who pushed the stroller. Now he can do it himself until childhood recollection reminds him that when the adult works, it is God who is working. Shall he therefore become lazy? Then he is a fool. The worthy worker becomes more industrious. Gracious jest that God is the co-worker and earnestness. Lily and bird as prototypes abrogate the law's strict disciplinarian. Jest is assigned its place. But does following Christ become a jest? He helped us by saying, Consider the lilies. We sagaciously took the hint and became inexhaustible in dressing it up, only with secret horror giving thought to imitation. No, that would make the gospel so easy it becomes poetry, which imitation is intended to prevent. Lily and bird serve one master only metaphorically. Jewish piety, thinking God in everything, is not yet Christianity. Crucial is to suffer because one adheres to God, to suffer for the doctrine, true imitation of Christ. Alas, what Christianity seems forgotten in Christendom. Presented approximately, and people imagine cruelty. Imitation is the point from which the race shrinks. Emphasize it, fewer Christians. Scale it down a doctrine, more enter. Abolish it so Christianity becomes as easy as mythology. Then all become Christians. Christianity has completely conquered. That is, it is abolished. The price scaled so ridiculously low that Christianity became sickly and cloying. To be a Christian, if one does not literally steal, if in adultery one does not overdo, if one guarantees earthly advantage with sagacity, that could be combined with being an earnest Christian who goes to communion once a year. Suffer for the doctrine? Christendom says the man is stark mad. Preachers left out what displeases the secular mentality and induced worldliness to imagine it is Christian. Without imitation, doubt replaces faith. They want to stop doubt with reasons. Wasted effort that feeds doubt. Imitation alone can break up the mob of doubts. Christ did not bring a doctrine. He never lectured. His teaching was his life. Venture a decisive act, then we can begin. The proof does not precede, but follows in the imitation. Middle Ages erred into meritoriousness, but conceived Christianity as action. Luther was right, justified by faith alone, yet he did not abolish imitation. He affirmed it in witnessing. Present-day Christendom adheres to Luther. Whether Luther could acknowledge it is another matter. Works, no question of exaggeration, but faith, I wonder if it is to be found on earth? Existence preaches on Monday what the mouth declaims on Sunday. Judge yourself by that discrepancy, for Monday's existence is the sermon that counts. Jest and imitation. Bird jest under gospel. Imitation prevents Christianity as poetry. Suffer for the doctrine. Scaling down abolishes Christianity. Decisive act before proof. Quote, imitation, the imitation of Christ, is really the point from which the human race shrinks. If it is abolished completely, so that Christianity becomes, existentially, as easy as mythology and poetry and imitation and exaggeration, then Christianity spreads to such a degree that Christendom and the world are almost indistinguishable. Christianity has completely conquered. That is, it is abolished. The book on Adler. The essentially Christian has no history because it is this paradox that God once came into existence in time. Whether 1800 years ago or yesterday, one can equally well be contemporary with it. Like the North Star, the paradox stands unmoved. In every generation, the beginning is from the paradox, not where the previous generation left off. As soon as one counts the years, one changes the improbable into the probable. Survived 300, 700, 1800, well, then it must be true. The decision becomes triviality. Something that contemporaneously would offend or compel faith becomes something one accepts as a matter of course. That is, leaves undecided. Contemporaneity is the tension that does not permit leaving it undecided. Distance is the indulgence that makes believing acceptance identical with leaving undecided. Why can no contemporary age get along with witnesses to the truth, and the man is scarcely dead before all admire him? Living he stings, dead they leave him undecided. Socrates compared himself to a gadfly. Get the 1800 years out of the way, so that the essentially Christian occurs as if today. Climacus drew it so close that the reader is prevented from looking mistakenly at the years. Contemporaneity here is not the apostles, but every contemporary's. The possibility of being offended or laying hold of faith. When I heard Magister Adler had appealed to a revelation, I was astounded. Either the chosen one who refreshes lifeless Christendom, or an offended crafty knave who forces dogmatics through in contemporaneity. Offended people outside achieve nothing. Suppose Feuerbach had claimed a revelation and stuck to it, while holding orthodoxy's weak sides to the light. Orthodoxy would be in the worst predicament, forced to make a clean breast in contemporaneity. If Christ appeared today in Christendom, he would again be crucified. Orthodoxy especially zealous, because contemporaneity provides qualitative pressure. What cannot be understood if it happens today can, Clergy Discourse says, be understood if it happened 1800 years ago, which precisely denies the miracle. To believe corresponds to the absurd. How long ago is unimportant. Anyone who believes it because it was 1800 years ago does not believe at all. Adler's conduct convinced me there is a third. He is neither chosen nor demonically offended. He is a phenomenon, a sign that the essentially Christian is not to be trifled with, a frightened bird rushing ahead of the storm. One must oneself be a teacher to learn from Adler. By merely glancing at one of Adler's books, the majority will have enough to be finished with their judgment. When they find out I have written a whole book and arrived at the same result, they will laugh. Yet a non-liquette can be the fruit of a year's labor, and the spit and image can be obtained for 4 shillings in every grocery store. What Christianity needs unconditionally, lest it suffocate and perish in indifference, is an either slash or in relation to becoming and being a Christian. The principle of contradiction has its life and its power in passion. As soon as a person is really deeply moved, there is immediately an either slash or. But since people nowadays are devoid of passion, flabby as a wet bowstring, there soon remains only a tradition of the time when human life was tightened by the principle of contradiction. Adler as phenomenon is an anticipation of the dialectic that is fermenting, yet instead of being able to help the rest of us, he is more like a warning terror. That one would therefore be justified in abandoning him or thinking poorly of his possibility is not my opinion at all. Dialectical relations. The ordinary individual reproduces the established order, free and essentially independent, usually the highest task assigned to every human being. When reflection wants a new point of departure by submitting directly to God, relating transformingly to the established order, he is the extraordinary. The universal must exclude him. Either serve the universal faithfully or step out of the ranks as extraordinary and earnest. Rope around the neck. A dissatisfied office holder who wants to be extraordinary because he is an office holder and also dissatisfied. Sad confusion. If a whole generation dabbles in being extraordinary, it becomes rubbish. When everyone gives orders at a fire, the fire chief cannot. The true extraordinary is recognizable by willingness to sacrifice. Through his God relationship, he is potentially stronger than the established order's sum. He has no concern about worldly victory, but dreadful responsibility for every step, whether he heard wrong. He desires opposition from the established order. Winning, if basically wrong, is the horror. As a poor sinner, he is anxious about mistaken hearing. Like northern fathers in berserk fury constrained between shields, he desires the established order's power to form appropriate opposition. Orthodoxy fights to maintain the appearance that we all are Christians. Attack from outside leaves the cozy routine intact. Mole from within, with a revelation claim, forces dogmatics into contemporaneity. Genius may be brilliant without authority. The apostle's category is qualitative. Adler's case teaches the distinction the age has forgotten. Feuerbach outside attacks and fails. Adler's revelation claim from within would force the 1800 years into the present. Genius without authority is still only genius. The apostle's category is qualitative. Adler forces apostle versus genius into the open, and that clarification is what the age had forgotten while it kept the appearance that the country is Christian. Contemporaneity / 1800 years. Paradox without history. Distance as leaving undecided. Adler as stimulus or warning. Ordinary / extraordinary. New point of departure demands sacrifice and opposition. Rope around the neck. Quote, "The essentially Christian has no history because the essentially Christian is this paradox that God once came into existence in time. Whether it is 1800 years ago or yesterday, one can equally well be contemporary with it. Just as the North Star never changes its position and therefore has no history, so this paradox stands unmoved and unaltered." Quote, "Contemporaneity is the tension that does not permit a person to leave it undecided, but compels one either to be offended or to believe. The distance, on the other hand, is the indulgence that encourages lethargy to the degree that the believing acceptance of something as a matter of course becomes identical with leaving it undecided." Federlanded articles in the moment. After Minster's death, when Martinson from the pulpit placed him in the holy chain of authentic truth witnesses, not only in word but in deed and truth, I must raise an objection. New Testament alongside, Minster's proclamation tones down dying to the world, voluntary renunciation, suffering for the doctrine. Outside the quiet hours, he was not in character even of his scaled-down preaching. I was convinced he would confess before God that he was not at all a truth witness. That confession was the truth. But canonized as authentic truth witness? An objection must be raised. A truth witness's life from first to last is unfamiliar with enjoyment, initiated into suffering, fear and trembling, spiritual trials, torments of spirit. In poverty, he witnesses for the truth, hated, mocked, never advancement except downward, finally crucified or beheaded or burned, body thrown away as refuse. This is a truth witness, and Martinson says Minster was one of these. Is this the truth? A Christian is even more rare than a genius, knavishly consigned to oblivion. The genius is nature's extraordinary. A Christian is freedom's ordinary, found extraordinarily seldom, yet what every one of us should be. Open to all, therefore not easy. If millions of Christians are in order, Christianity is without analogy. Everywhere, enormous waste, thousands to one genius. Yet everyone born is a Christian. Better thesis. Christianity has not actually entered the world. It never went further than the prototype, and at most the apostles. In 3.5 years, he won only 11. One apostle in 1 hour wins 3,000. Either the follower is greater than the master, or the apostle is too hasty about propagation. Only the God-man unites unconditional propagation with unconditional holding back. He has the price of eternity, no market price. But nature returns. Just as a dog forced onto 2 legs tends to walk on all 4s again, so Christendom strives to be rid of Christianity, knavishly in Christianity's name as perfectibility. Prototype dropped from imitation to redeemer. Apostle abolished. First age abolished. Walking on all 4s again under dogma's full sail. Brief and to the point. If what it is to be a priest is what we call a pastor, indeed, then we are all pastors. In a splendid cathedral, the chief royal chaplain preaches to the chosen on God has chosen the lowly, and there is no one who laughs. Did Paul have official position, earn money, marry? No. Then Paul is not an earnest man. Augurs grinned at each other. Soon no one will look at a pastor without grinning, but we are all pastors. Christ, sell all and give to the poor. The pastor, sell all and give it to me. Geniuses go against the wind like thunderstorms. The established invents lightning rods, making the next thunderstorm more serious. One cannot live on nothing. Yet pastors live on Christianity that does not exist at all. Fear most of all to be in error. This is Socrates' thesis. Christianity teaches a still greater fear. Fear the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. But first become aware of the Christianity of the New Testament. For that purpose, Socratic fear assists you. If you do not want the courage to fear most of all to be under a delusion, then never become involved with me. Stay with the pastors. Let them convince you that what I say is a kind of lunacy. Strive to establish firmly that Bishop Minster was a truth witness. Bishop Martinson ditto, every pastor likewise, and official Christianity the saving truth. That Christ expired on the cross in order that we should sagaciously and tastefully enjoy this life. That the significance of his death is a new way of making a living. The pastors, shipping people cheaply to eternity, with the advantage that no news is received from those transported. But if you do have the courage, the truth is that to become a Christian is to become, humanly speaking, unhappy for this life. The more you involve yourself with God and the more he loves you, the more you will come to suffer in this life. I do not yet call myself a Christian. I'm still far behind. But I have one advantage over all official Christianity. I report truthfully what Christianity is and how I relate to what Christianity is. What does the fire chief say? When a person has a cause, and others take upon themselves opposing it, everyone realizes he must take measures against these enemies. But not everyone realizes that good-natured well-meaning is perhaps far more dangerous. At a fire, nice kind people storm with pails and spray pumps. What does the fire chief say? Usually affable and cultured, but at a fire he is coarse-mouthed. Hey, get the hell out of here with your pails and spray pumps. Where in hell are the police? Get rid of these damned people. If they will not go with kindness, then tan their hides. At a fire, the whole point of view is different. What makes one well-liked in quiet everyday life is saluted with abusive language. Wherever there is really something serious, worthy good intentions are utterly inadequate. Either you are the person who can do something in earnest here, or take off. It is just the same in the world of the spirit. My task, I do not call myself a Christian. I do not speak of myself as a Christian. Anyone who wants to understand my very special task must concentrate on being able to hold this firm. Yes, I well know that it almost sounds like a kind of lunacy in this Christian world where each and everyone is a Christian, where being a Christian is something that everyone naturally is, but cannot be otherwise. In this world of blather, what is true must always appear to be a kind of lunacy. I neither can, nor will, nor dare change my statement. I cannot serve these legions of huckstering knaves, the pastors, who by falsifying the definition of Christian have, for the sake of the business, gained millions and millions of Christians. I am not a Christian, and unfortunately, I am able to make it manifest that the others are not either. Indeed, even less than I. The point of view I have set forth is of such a distinctive nature that I quite literally have no analogy to cite in 1800 years of Christianity. In this way, facing 1800 years, I stand quite literally alone. The only analogy I have before me is Socrates. My task is a Socratic task, to audit the definition of what it is to be a Christian. I do not call myself a Christian, keeping the ideal free, but I can make it manifest that the others are that even less. Christendom lies in an abyss of sophistry, even much worse than when the sophists flourished in Greece. Those legions of pastors and Christian assistant professors are all sophists, supporting themselves by making those who understand nothing believe something, and then making this human number the authority for what Christianity is. Just because I do not call myself a Christian, it is impossible to get rid of me. You common man, the Christianity of the New Testament is something infinitely high, but not high in such a way that it pertains to differences among people with regard to talents. No, it is for all. Everyone, unconditionally everyone, if he will unconditionally hate himself, will unconditionally put up with everything, suffer everything, then this something infinitely high is accessible to him. Avoid the pastors, those abominations whose job is to hinder you in even becoming aware of what true Christianity is. Only see to it that you willingly and promptly pay them the money they are to have. Pay them double so that your disagreement with them can become obvious. That what concerns them does not concern you at all, money, and that what does not concern them concerns you infinitely, Christianity. Throw light on the Christian criminal case, the counterfeit that calls itself New Testament Christianity. Not reformer, not prophet, detective. Truth witnesses who are all saintly are the comedy and the crime. Get them as single individuals before God, and lovableness returns, as public contemptibleness. The moment is honesty's pamphlet against the established illusion. One lives only once, usually said for Paris or fortune. On the deathbed, the unfulfilled wish clung to in despair. The waste is not the unfulfilled wish, but refusing to learn anything higher. Official worship infinitely more loathsome to God than acknowledged vice when offered as forward step in Christianity. Cease participating in public divine service as it now is, one great guilt less. You bear responsibility. You have been made aware. Detective talent against truth witnesses, moment after moment. Honesty against the counterfeit service. One lives only once. Learn something higher than the only wish. Cease the public worship that is thoughtlessness offered as progress. Detective, not reformer. Moment after moment until the crime is lit. Light the crime. Leave the single individual to God. That is the moment's whole honesty, nothing more and nothing less. Detective talent until the counterfeit is lit. Truth witness requires suffering for the doctrine. Minster canonization as falsehood. I do not call myself a Christian. Socratic audit. Sophistry of millions. Fire chief earnestness against blather. Quote, a truth witness is a person whose life from first to last is unfamiliar with everything called enjoyment, initiated into everything called suffering, so poor that he perhaps has not always had daily bread, but he received the daily bread of persecution in abundance every day. Then finally is crucified or beheaded or burned or broiled on a grill, his lifeless body thrown away by the assistant executioner into a remote place. Unburied. This is how a truth witness is buried. Quote, I do not call myself a Christian. I do not speak of myself as a Christian. It is this that I must continually repeat. Anyone who wants to understand my very special task must concentrate on being able to hold this firm. The only analogy I have before me is Socrates. My task is a Socratic task, to audit the definition of what it is to be a Christian. I do not call myself a Christian, keeping the ideal free, but I can make it manifest that the others are that even less. On my work as an author and the point of view, the movement the authorship describes is, from the poet, from the aesthetic, from the philosopher, from the speculative, to the indication of the most inward qualification of the essentially Christian, from the pseudonymous either/or, through concluding postscript, with my name as editor, to discourses at the communion on Fridays. This movement was traversed or delineated uno tenore, in one breath. Thus the authorship, regarded as a totality, is religious from first to last. Just as one versed in natural science promptly knows from the crisscrossing threads in a web the ingenious little creature whose web it is, so an insightful person will know that to this authorship there corresponds as the source someone who qua author has willed only one thing. That one thing is the religious, but the religious completely cast into reflection, yet in such a way that it is completely taken back out of reflection into simplicity. That is, the traverse path is to reach to arrive at simplicity. And this is also the Christian movement. Christianly, one does not proceed from the simple in order then to become interesting, witty, profound, a poet, a philosopher. No, it is just the opposite. Here one begins and then becomes more and more simple, arrives at the simple. This in Christendom is Christianly the movement of reflection. One does not reflect oneself into Christianity, but reflects oneself out of something else and becomes more and more simple, a Christian. But just as that which has been communicated has been cast completely into reflection and in turn taken back out of reflection, so also the communication has been decisively marked by reflection. Direct communication is to communicate the truth directly. Communication in reflection is to deceive into the truth. But since the movement is to arrive at the simple, the communication in turn must sooner or later end in direct communication. It began maieutically with aesthetic production, and all the pseudonymous writings are maieutic in nature. Therefore this writing was also pseudonymous, whereas the directly religious, which from the beginning was present in the gleam of an indication, carried my name. The directly religious was present from the very beginning. 2 Upbuilding Discourses, 1843, is concurrent with either/or. This also serves to prevent the illusion that the religious is something one turns to when one has become older. And in order to safeguard this concurrence, every pseudonymous work was accompanied concurrently by a little collection of upbuilding discourses, until concluding postscript appeared, which poses the issue cad exicand of the whole authorship, becoming a Christian. From that moment, the gleam of the directly religious ceases, since now the exclusively religious writing begins, upbuilding discourses in various spirits, works of love, Christian discourses. But in order inversely to recall the beginning, there appeared at the end a little aesthetic article by Inter. The gleam of the 2 upbuilding discourses at the beginning meant that it was actually this that should advance. The gleam of the little aesthetic article at the end was meant to bring to consciousness that from the beginning the aesthetic was what should be left behind. Concluding postscript is the midpoint. Finally, this movement of the authorship is again the movement of reflection. The direct way begins with individuals and gathers a large number, the public. Here the beginning is made, maieutically, with a sensation and the public. And the movement was, maieutically, to shake off the crowd in order to get hold of the single individual, religiously understood. At the very same time, when the sensation either/or created was at its peak, there appeared 2 upbuilding discourses, which used the formula later repeated unchanged. It seeks that single individual whom I, with joy and gratitude, call my reader. This again is the dialectical method, in working also to work against oneself, which is reduplication and the heterogeneity of all true, godly endeavor to secular endeavor. The direct endeavor is a glossing over, much more rewarding, that is, worldliness. Without authority to make aware of the religious, the essentially Christian is the category for my whole work as an author regarded as a totality. From the very beginning I have enjoined and repeated unchanged that I was without authority. I regard myself rather as a reader of the books, not as the author. Before God, religiously, when I speak with myself, I call my whole work as an author my own upbringing and development, but not as if I were now complete. Personally, one thing absorbs me unconditionally, more important than the whole authorship. How infinitely much more governance has done for me than I had ever expected, could have expected, or dare to have expected. The duplexity, the equivocalness, is deliberate, the essential dialectical qualification of the whole authorship. Is there such a sustained duplexity? Can the phenomenon not be explained as an author who was first aesthetic and then changed and became religious? I will show that it is impossible to explain the phenomenon in this way. 3 years are certainly not allowed for the occurrence of the change. The change is concurrent with the beginning. 2 upbuilding discourses is concurrent with either / or. The duplexity in the deeper sense was not the first and second parts of either / or. No, the duplexity was either / or and 2 upbuilding discourses. The religious is present from the very beginning. Conversely, the aesthetic is still present even in the last moment. After the publication of only religious works for 2 years, a little aesthetic article follows. Therefore, at the beginning and at the end, there is assurance against explaining the phenomenon by saying that the writer is an aesthetic author who in the course of time had changed and had become a religious author. The first division of books is aesthetic writing. The last division is exclusively religious writing. Between these lies concluding unscientific postscript as the turning point. This work deals with and poses the issue of the entire work as an author, becoming a Christian. Christendom is an enormous illusion. Thousands call themselves Christians who never think of God except when they curse, yet are buried as Christians. An illusion can never be removed directly, only indirectly, not by loudly declaring oneself an extraordinary Christian, but by declaring oneself not to be a Christian. Approach from behind. Those under illusion live in aesthetic categories. Therefore, the religious author must establish rapport. Begin with a brilliant aesthetic piece as earnest money. Then bring forth the religious swiftly lest he stick in the aesthetic, yet not so slowly the illusion arises that he grew older, nor so swiftly the effect fails. If one is truly to lead a person to a specific place, one must first find him where he is and begin there. True helping begins with humbling. Understand what he understands. Help is not to dominate, but to serve. Portray the aesthetic with all its charm, but do not forget the number carried. It is the religious that is to come forward. Compel him to become aware that I can do, compel to an opinion I cannot. True martyrdom contends by powerlessness. They put him to death and then became aware. Christendom needs a totally new science of arms permeated by reflection. The method must become indirect. All the old apologetic serves to betray Christianity when the situation is a delusion. The religious, the crucial, the aesthetic, the incognito. All the aesthetic writing seen in the totality of the writing is a deception, but understood in a singular way. From the total point of view of my whole work as an author, the aesthetic writing is a deception, and herein is the deeper significance of the pseudonymity. But a deception, that is indeed something rather ugly. To that I would answer, do not be deceived by the word deception. One can deceive a person out of what is true, and, to recall old Socrates, one can deceive a person into what is true. Yes, in only this way can a deluded person actually be brought into what is true by deceiving him. There is a great difference between one who is ignorant and must be given some knowledge, like the empty vessel that must be filled, and one who is under a delusion that must first be taken away. Likewise, there is a difference between writing on a blank piece of paper and bringing out by means of chemicals some writing that is hidden under other writing. If I do not begin by deceiving, I begin with direct communication. But direct communication presupposes that the recipient's ability to receive is entirely in order. Here a delusion is an obstacle. A corrosive must first be used, and this corrosive is the negative. The negative in connection with communicating is precisely to deceive. What then does it mean to deceive? It means that one does not begin directly with what one wishes to communicate, but begins by taking the other's delusion at face value. Thus one does not begin, I am Christian, you are not a Christian, but this way, you are a Christian, I am not Christian. Or one does not begin, it is Christianity that I am proclaiming, and you are living in purely aesthetic categories. No, one begins this way. Let's talk about the aesthetic. The deception consists in one's speaking this way precisely in order to arrive at the religious. And what does all this mean when the reader now gathers together the elements? It means this is an authorship of which the total thought is the task of becoming a Christian. But it is an authorship that from the beginning has understood, with dialectical consistency has pursued, what the implications are that the situation is Christendom, which is a category of reflection, and therefore has cast all the Christian relationships into reflection. In Christendom, to become a Christian is either to become what one is, the inwardness of reflection, or is first of all to be wrested out of a delusion, which again is a category of reflection. Everything is cast into reflection. The communication is in reflection, therefore is indirect communication. The communicator is defined in reflection, therefore negatively, not one who claims to be an extraordinary Christian or even claims to have revelations, but the opposite, one who even claims not to be Christian. In other words, the communicator is in the background, helping negatively. The issue itself is one belonging to reflection. To become a Christian when in a way one is a Christian. Personal existing corresponded to the dissimilar nature of the writing. Very early initiated into the secret, that mundus vult decipi, I pursued inverse deception on the largest possible scale, annihilating myself, weakening the impression of myself, absolute isolation, yet living on the street, associating with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Truth's way of deceiving. When proofreading either slash or I hurried to the theater 5 to 10 minutes, lest the big book bring too much esteem, Copenhagen's opinion, street corner loafer, lacking earnestness. I worked night and day and against myself. Depressed, rigorously brought up that the truth must suffer, I found satisfaction in that inverted deception. Later, transitioning to exclusively religious writing, I took the step that turned the population of ironists to take aim at me. Alas, I, the master of irony. Rabble barbarism's daily drenchings negatively supported so religious communication would not become too direct. Instead of the aesthetic incognito, the danger of laughter and grins. The aesthetic production was the beginning of the communication, meutic toward the religious. Pseudonyms are not my opinions. I am third party and reader. Fold the many books into one category. Without authority, make aware. Governance's surplus outweighs the authorship as what I will eternally recollect. Second edition of either slash or prompts the brief folding. Development unfinished. Upbringing continues. Work qua author with intellect and pen. Then be at everybody's service. Walk to and fro in the most frequented place, so the crowd loses the idea and tires of appearances. Against worldly esteem, pure idea relationship. Truth does not rule the world. Illusions do. Deceivers want communication to serve them. Truth witnesses sacrifice themselves inversely. A sixth of either slash or an invisibility would have one extraordinary esteem. I worked against myself. Without authority remains the category of the whole, governance first, authorship second, eternally. Fold either slash or second edition into the whole as one upbringing before God. Aesthetic beginning, religious telos, unfinished still, grateful beyond the honorarium Socratic poverty. I remain the reader of what governance used me to write. Folded simply, still unfinished, still the reader and not the authority. Personally, one thing absorbs me unconditionally, more important than the whole authorship. How infinitely much more governance has done for me than I had ever expected, could have expected, or dared to have expected. Without authority to make aware of the religious, the essentially Christian remains the category for my whole work as an author regarded as a totality. From the first aesthetic line to the communion table's rest, one breath, uno tenore, religious from first to last. One idea slash duplexity, religious from first to last. Aesthetic as meutic deception into truth. Concurrent discourses block age illusion. Indirect method. Find him where he is. Compel awareness. Communicator negatively not Christian. Reduplication against oneself. Personal existing. Inverse deception on the street. governance's infinite more, without authority. Quote, the movement the authorship describes is from the poet, from the aesthetic, from the philosopher, from the speculative, to the indication of the most inward qualification of the essentially Christian. The authorship, regarded as a totality, is religious from first to last. He will see that the traversed path is to reach, to arrive at simplicity. Quote, direct communication is to communicate the truth directly. Communication in reflection is to deceive into the truth. It began maieutically with aesthetic production, and all the pseudonymous writings are maieutic in nature. One can deceive a person out of what is true, and, to recall old Socrates, one can deceive a person into what is true. Yes, in only this way can a deluded person actually be brought into what is true by deceiving him. Quote, and what does all this mean? It means, this is an authorship of which the total thought is the task of becoming a Christian. The issue itself is one belonging to reflection, to become a Christian when in a way one is a Christian. The changelessness of God. You changeless one, whom nothing changes. You who are changeless in love, who just for our own good do not let yourself change. Would that we also might, will our own well-being, let ourselves be brought up by your changelessness to find rest in your changelessness. Everything moves you in infinite love. The sparrow's need, a human sigh, but nothing changes you. James 1 verses 17 to 21. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, from the Father of lights, with whom there is no change or shadow of variation. How natural to think of the temporal, the changefulness of earthly things and of human beings. How sorrowful that so often the change is for the worse. Yet if we spoke only that gloom, we would abandon the text. The text is sheer joy. The apostle speaks of the changelessness of God, of good and perfect gifts coming down, of being quick to hear upward, slow to speak, slow to anger. Receive with meekness the word. Strange admonition toward him who only wants our good? Yet we become most angry when God wants to do us the most good. We are still like children. The admonition to meekness is necessary. God is changeless, omnipotent. He created this visible world and made himself invisible. He changes it as one changes a garment, himself unchanged. In the world of events, he is everywhere present at every moment. When a sparrow dies and when the Savior is born, he changes everything, opinions, judgments, loftiness and lowliness, himself unchanged, sheer fear and trembling. This human heart is almost a grave. There lie buried promises, intentions, resolutions, God knows what. And this is frightfully true. He knows down to the least detail what you have forgotten, knows it as if it were today, eternally unchanged. An omniscient one, and an eternally changeless memory from which you cannot escape, least of all in eternity. He does not only hold an accounting. He is the accounting, completely ready every moment, but then also reassurance and blessedness. When weary of all temporal changefulness and your own instability, you wish for a place to rest. In God's changelessness, there's rest. Allow his changelessness to serve for your eternal good. Allow yourself to be brought up so that self-will expires. Renounce instability and caprice. Then you rest ever more blessedly in this changelessness. No one but you yourself can disturb this rest. Let everything else change. At times change is pleasing. At times you invent. Change is not pleasing. Then seek him, the changeless one. Imagine a solitary in the desert who finds a spring. God be praised. Now I am provided for, yet only a spring. How must the one speak who found God? Years later the spring had dried up. He would not take back his praise. But you, O God, you changeless one, you unchanged, are always to be found and always unchanged. No one travels so far that you are not there. You're not only like a spring that lets itself be found. You search for the thirsting. Whenever a person comes honestly, he finds your love just as warm. You changeless one, ask the pedagogue. Immediate punishment helps light-mindedness remember guilt with pain. God is not that spring. Quiet, changeless looking is mercy's time and judgment's delay at once. More terrible than prompt devastation, because idle words are not forgotten in eternity's accounting. Eternally sure of himself, he alone can remain quiet while wrong is victorious. Time for reformation, or time wasted until accounting. Time is mercy and use becomes the fool's wish for quicker pain. We are children before God. Light-mindedness wants the double-barreled spring of immediate pain. Changeless love and changeless justice meet in the quiet look. This final separate piece stands for the whole online egg. Eternity quiet against moment's noise and Christendom's haste. God neither mocked nor changed by our haste. Amen to that quiet. Whenever a person comes honestly, he finds your love just as warm, you changeless one, unchanged and everywhere to be found, searching for the thirsting as no earthly spring does. Quiet eternity against all haste. That is the online egg's last word, and it's amen. Father of lights, no shadow of variation, good gifts from above, meekness toward what is for our good, fear and rest, changeless memory as accounting, rest only in obedience to changelessness. Quote, you changeless one, whom nothing changes, you who are changeless in love, who just for our own good do not let yourself change. Would that we also might, while our own well-being, let ourselves be brought up in unconditional obedience by your changelessness to find rest and to rest in your changelessness. Quote, but you, O God, you changeless one, you unchanged, are always to be found and are always to be found unchanged. You who are not only like a spring that lets itself be found. What a poor description of your being. You who are like a spring that even searches for the thirsting, the straying, something unheard of about any spring. Thus are you unchanged and everywhere to be found. Conclusion. The essential Kierkegaard is not a second system, but a curated path through one authorship's double communication. Pseudonymous dialogue that refuses to comfort the reader, and signed discourses that seek that single individual in appropriation. From the early journals Rubicon and Faustian Doubt through Anderson's Missing Life View and Socratic Irony, the either of A's papers meets the or of Judge William. Johannes de Silentio bows before Abraham. Constantine fails repetition. Climacus asks how to become a Christian. Vigilius watches anxiety. Prefaces burns. Stages thickens the banquet and the diary. Postscript makes difficulties everywhere. The second authorship commands neighbor love, diagnoses despair, demands imitation, and finally wants honesty against Christendom's crime, while point of view folds the whole as upbringing without authority under governance. The arc is maieutic, not systematic. Subjectivity is truth against the age's easiness. The leap remains. Religiousness, A and B remain distinct. Preferential love is not the neighbor. Despair is not a disease one catches once. The God-man is offense or faith. Admiration is not imitation. Softeners, absolute systems, 1800 years without contemporaneity, Sunday loftiness that leaves Monday unchanged, truth witnesses who are all saintly, fall together. Limits are those of an anthology. Excerpts, not complete works. Hong headnotes frame, but are not the body. Quietive is not manufactured by eudemonology or by crop rotation. Read the chief volumes when the tip demands more. Keep the tip when the volumes would only repeat the either slash or. Close on the authorship's own pressure. Make difficulties. Stop with faith. See yourself in the word. Love the neighbor. Choose yourself, or keep rotating. Without authority, make aware. One who is forgiven little loves little, and God remains eternally changeless. Key persons: Soren Kierkegaard, author, secretary, and dialectically reduplicated author of the authors, without authority. Victor Eremita / Judge William, either / or editor, aesthete, and ethical correspondent. Johannes de Silentio, fear and trembling, amazement before Abraham. Constantine Constantius, repetitions, experimenting psychologist. Johannes Climacus, fragments and postscript, humorist. How to become a Christian. Vigilius Hoffniensis, Concept of anxiety. Anticlimacus. Sickness unto death. Practice in Christianity. Frater Taciturnus. Stages. Corsair article. Howard V. Hong/Edna H. Hong. Editors and translators of the Essential Volume. Key works. Either/or. Aesthetic and Ethical Life Views. Ultimatum. Fear and Trembling. Faith and Teleological Suspension. Philosophical Fragments/Postscript. Paradox, Subjectivity, Leap. The Concept of Anxiety/the Sickness unto Death. Freedom's Dizziness. Despair before God. Works of Love, Neighbor Love Commanded. Practice in Christianity/for Self-Examination/the Moment. Imitation, Mirror of the Word, Honesty against Christendom. On my work as an author/the point of view. Authorship as one idea without authority. Index of Key Concepts. Either/or. The Qualitative Alternative of Existence, staged as A's Aesthetic Papers versus Judge Williams' Ethical Letters. An aesthetic choice is no choice. Figurative farewell under the stars. While ethical choosing is collecting oneself as action, becoming what one becomes in eternal validity. The ultimatum, always in the wrong before God, opens the ethical toward the religious without yet stating Climacus's paradox. The category rules out mediating the decision into a system of both/and. Leap, the transition whereby an eternal happiness would be built on contingent historical reports. Lessing's ugly broad ditch that earnest approximation cannot cross. Climacus insists the leap is the category of decision. Having been very close is nothing whatever. It rules out quantifying oneself into faith by historical reliability, contemporaneity privilege, or speculative mediation. Subjectivity is truth. Climacus's watchword that the issue is the infinitely interested individual's relation to Christianity, not the indifferent arrangement of doctrines into paragraphs. Objective historical and speculative approaches treat Christianity as something for a spectator. Subjectivity names appropriation under passion. It rules out confusing approximate knowledge with the decision of faith and easiness that makes spiritual existence all too easy. Teleological suspension of the ethical. Abraham's act has a higher telos outside the universal. The tragic hero remains within the ethical by scaling one ethical expression to another. Here the temptation is the ethical itself. Father shall love the Son, holding him back from God's will. The category makes room for a private absolute duty to God unknown to paganism and refuses treating Abraham as a civic hero or a case for worldly wisdom from the outcome. Fullness of time/the moment. In fragments, the unique instant that is short and temporal, yet decisive and filled with the eternal, when the God gives the condition the learner lacks. Against Socratic recollection, the teacher as mere occasion. The moment makes the teacher reconciler and judge whom the follower cannot forget. It rules out reducing revelation to imminent midwifery or empty to a certain degree talk. Religiousness A/religiousness B. Climacus's distinction between immanental ethical religiousness, resignation, guilt consciousness, the upbuilding discourse's soil, and paradoxical Christian religiousness centered on the absolute paradox of the God and time. It can be intensified without becoming B. B requires the offense of the historical as point of departure for eternal consciousness. The distinction rules out treating signed religiousness A as already the essentially Christian or collapsing Christianity into Socrates. Repetition. The modern category Constantine Constantius experiments with interest of metaphysics upon which metaphysics comes to grief, ethical watchword dogmatic condition. Aesthetic and merely ethical experiments fail. Berlin lodging, accidental poetic recovery. Vigilius tips that eternity is the true repetition and that repetition begins in faith. Rules out confusing recollections, ethnic backward glance, with a new as genuinely the same interest. Anxiety. Vigilius Hoffniensis's psychological intermediate. Dizziness of freedom looking into its own possibility. sympathetic antipathy / antipathetic sympathy. Innocence is not guilty, yet anxiety relates it to prohibition and punishment as though lost. Psychology can point here again and again, but cannot mediate the qualitative leap into necessity. Rules out treating sin as a deduced defect of nature or liberum arbitrium, as empty abstraction without ambivalence. Despair, anticlimacus's sickness unto death, misrelation in the relation of a synthesis that relates itself to itself before God. Every actual moment of despair is present tense. The person brings it upon himself continually, unlike a disease caught once whose progress recedes into the past. The diagnosis holds spirit responsible and refuses treating despair as mere misfortune or as psychical dizziness alone. Forms intensify before God, not wanting to be oneself, wanting to be oneself. Neighbor love, Kierkegaard Christianity's commanded love of the neighbor, the whole human race, even the enemy, against preferential elscoff and friendship, which love one in contrast to all others, and which poets celebrate as secretly self-love. You shall makes love duty without abolishing it. Loving God unconditionally differs from loving any human being as oneself. Rules out measuring Christian love by preferential intensity or by love me little, love me long, sobriety alone. Without authority, Kierkegaard's category for the whole authorship as a totality. Make aware of the religious, the essentially Christian, while regarding oneself as reader of the books rather than their authoritative teacher. Discourses are not sermons. The moment's detective talent is not a reformer's office. Rules out both clerical authority claims and the genetic fallacy that would explain the works as mere autobiography. That single individual, the reader the signed, upbuilding seeks, who reads slowly, repeatedly, aloud for his own sake, and keeps the understanding in the inwardness of appropriation. Against the public, the crowd, and Christendom's cozy, we are all Christians. The single individual is the only locus where truth and lovableness return. Not a demographic niche, but the existential category of maieutic reception. Imitation/offense. Practice and judge for yourself. Reclaim suffering for the doctrine and becoming what one admires. The admirer remains personally detached. The God-man is the unity that is offense or faith. One never comes to faith except from the possibility of offense. Rules out cheap Sunday loftiness that leaves Monday unchanged and speculative kinship of the race with God that softens the individual God-man. Leveling/the present age. 2 ages diagnosis of a reflective, envious age that levels distinctions into the abstract public without the passion of a revolutionary age. Religious inwardness is the rescue. The Corsair controversy marks the authorship's midpoint and the turn towards sharper sign critique. Rules out mistaking talkativeness and representation for action, or the public for the single individual. Reading comprehension questions. Why must life be lived forward if it can only be understood backward? And what does that tip cost systematic repose? How is an aesthetic choice no choice? And what does Judge William mean by choosing oneself in eternal validity? What distinguishes Abraham from the tragic hero in the teleological suspension of the ethical? How does Climacus separate the objective issue of Christianity's truth from the subjective issue of the individual's relation to it? Why can psychology go only so far with anxiety before handing over to dogmatics? How does works of love distinguish neighbor love from preferential erotic love and friendship? Critical probe, value assumption. Does without authority smuggle a romantic preference for non-institutional voice into an epistemic claim about Christian communication? Critical probe, rival cause. Could Postscript's attack on systems be answered by a fallibilist ethics that keeps subjectivity without the paradox of the God-man? Critical probe, omitted information. The anthology excerpts omit much of the full works. What would a reader need from complete postscript or sickness to test whether the essential tips oversimplify Climacus or anti-Climacus?